Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:12. What is this place? This matter did not take much effort. There were as many masters in the cave heavens and paradises as there were clouds in the sky. Therefore, they only needed to dispatch an 8th-order ancestor along with some 7th-order masters to take turns on duty. After a short discussion, everybody agreed on a plan. There were suppressed weeping sounds coming from the people of Void Land High Heaven Palace, which annoyed Lan Yu Ruo greatly and caused her to snap. "Why are you all crying? He's not dead yet. If you really want to help him, then you should hurry back and cultivate hard." Yuru Meng seemed to realize something. "Big sister, do you mean?" Lan Yu Ruo might be their senior, but she had always regarded Yang Kai as a little brother. Hence, it was normal for Yuru Meng to address her as Big Sister, based on Yang Kai's status. Lan Yu Ruo nodded. If he returns safely from this trip, then it can only mean that he did not enter the black ink battlefield. If so, he will be safe and sound and nothing will change. On the other hand, if he fails to return, then it can only mean that he entered the black ink battlefield after all. If you have the time to cry, then you might as well use that time to cultivate hard and advance to the 7th order as soon as possible. When that happens, I'll bring you all to the black ink battlefield to look for him. As soon as she made the statement, several pairs of eyes immediately brightened. The people from Voidland and High Heaven Palace were basically made up of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The great emperors and Yang Kai's wives had all advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so the limit of their future achievements was the 8th Order. Although 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally considered strong, they were actually the weakest of soldiers on the black ink battlefield. Only those who had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had enough strength to defend themselves. A single statement from Lan Yu Ruo was enough for them to suppress their depressed feelings and redirect their attention towards a new goal. He took out a bunch of space rings and handed them to Hua Qingxi, head manager. "Young master handed these to me previously and asked me to pass them to you." Hua Qingxi took the space rings and investigated them with her divine sense, a look of astonishment appearing on her face in the next instant. That couldn't be helped, though, as all of these space rings contained yin and yang element materials. Furthermore, the yellow crystals and blue crystals were piled up like mountains in the space rings, all of which were of excellent quality. Some crystals were even the size of small mountains, all on their own. These materials could be said to be invaluable. The sect would have more than enough cultivation resources thanks to these materials, which would greatly shorten the cultivation time of its disciples. Hua Qingxi was vaguely aware of the source of these yellow and blue crystals. She had also heard about Yang Kai's unique methods against the Black Ink clan from Lan Yu Ruo, so she couldn't help feeling worried and asked, if Sect Master left all of these materials behind, then what would happen to him if he encountered someone from the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield? Without these resources, Yang Kai would not have any means to activate his primary weapon, the Purifying Light. He whispered, "Young Master told me that he only left half behind. He has taken the other half with him." Upon hearing those words, Hua Qingxi nodded her head with a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, she was also extremely shocked inside. These space rings were literally filled to the brim with resources, and the number of yellow and blue crystals inside them were practically incalculable. And this merely half the total amount. Just how many benefits did Sect Master gain in the chaotic, dead territory? Composing herself, she stored the space rings away carefully. She was High Heaven Palace's head manager and was responsible for the overall distribution of its resources. Therefore, it was best if she kept these space rings in her possession. Lan Yu Ruo led everybody over to bid their farewells to the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises before setting out. The other party did not stop them from leaving. By venturing deep into the void corridor to reseal it, Yang Kai had already made the greatest contribution possible, so there was no need for Void Land and High Heaven Palace to remain involved in this matter anymore. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, led by Lu Mu, told the leaving party to inform them clearly if they had any need of help in the future. They promised that they would ask their disciples and subordinates to cooperate as much as possible. Lan Yu Rua thanked the ancestors and departed with the others following behind her. Thanks to the promises of the ancestors, both High Heaven Palace and Void Land would be able to maintain a stable and independent position in the future. There was no need to worry about being pushed aside or excluded. After all, Yang Kai had only just made a huge contribution to the safety of the 3,000 worlds. If his sect was oppressed after that, it would be too dishonorable. Inside the Void Corridor, space principles surged around Yang Kai as he guided the void turbulence around him to exert a sealing effect. In order to explain his plan to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors earlier, he had specially used a small tube of bamboo to demonstrate. The power of the ancient seal they used to fill the void corridor was gradually fading away. Therefore, what he needed to do now was refill the spot where the ancient seal had disappeared in order to conceal the existence of the void corridor. This was an extremely energy-consuming task, since Yang Kai had to mobilize space principles at all times. Moreover, sealing the path behind him meant that he could no longer turn back. He could only forge forward and continuously seal the route ahead. The void corridor was filled with chaos and darkness, with neither light nor sound. Even Yang Kai's perception became quite hazy. Under such conditions, he could only wield his power instinctually and rely on the dispersion of the ancient seal ahead of him to estimate his progress. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was forced to stop and rest from time to time as he did not dare to exhaust himself completely. Nobody could say whether or not he might encounter any dangers in the next moment, so he had to maintain a necessary level of strength to deal with any unknowns. Everywhere he passed, his power flooded the void corridor and sealed it up tight. One would either need to use brute force or have similar attainments in the Tao of space to break this seal. Yang Kai did not know how long he spent inside the void corridor as the flow of time became blurry in a place like this. Due to the dissipation of the ancient seal, the void turbulence also became extremely dangerous and crashed towards him from all directions at all times. If Yang Kai had faced this situation in the past, he might not have been able to resolve it. It was fortunate that his current attainments in the Tao of space were extraordinary. According to the division of the Tao he created, Yang Kai had reached the 8th level, summiting the peak, which was a level far beyond what most people could reach in any Tao. All of a sudden, Yang Kai noticed that there was an invisible force behind him blocking his way. This discovery calmed him down. In his haste, he had finally caught up. He knew that the invisible force behind him was the power of the ancient seal, which could only mean that his speculation at the beginning was not wrong, and the opportunity to conceal the other end of the void corridor was completely in his grasp. If he was lucky, no one on the other end of the void corridor would ever know it existed. The power of the ancient seal continued to dissipate, and as a result, Yang Kai found himself stuck between two walls in the void corridor. One of those walls was the ancient seal, and the other wall was the seal formed from his own space principles. While the wall behind him dissipated continuously, he only needed to retreat along the path of the dissipating wall and plug up the path behind him with his own sealing power. There would come a day when the power of the ancient seal completely dissipated, and at that moment, Yang Kai would simultaneously seal the void corridor's entrance once more. As the days passed, Yang Kai kept up the boring and repetitive actions of maintaining the seal. Every time the ancient seal dissipated, he took a step forward and the cycle continued. This situation went on for a long time, and it wasn't until a certain moment that Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was different about the environment behind him. A small ray of light had abruptly emerged in the originally dark void corridor. The light seemed to be blocked by something, so it could not enter the void corridor completely and was thus a little hazy. What's more, Yang Kai could vaguely sense the aura of another world coming from where the light originated. His expression couldn't help brightening. He knew that he was probably nearing the other end of the void corridor. The light and the aura from the other world were the best evidence. Therefore, he immediately cheered up and focused his mind in anticipation. There was no saying what kind of situation lay on the other side of the void corridor. There were speculations that he might emerge on the black ink battlefield, and it was time to learn if that was true. It was a lie to say that Yang Kai was not nervous. If it turned out to be the black ink battlefield, then he would never be able to return to the 3,000 worlds for the rest of his life. His heart was filled with anxiety and a primal fear that stemmed from stepping into the unknown. Be that as it may, the movements of his hands never stopped as hand seals changed constantly, and space principles surged around him. With every step backward that he took, the sealing power continued to fill the void corridor. Meanwhile, the light became brighter and brighter, while the aura from the new world became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, the power of the ancient seal disappeared without any warning. Yang Kai, who was clinging close to the retreating ancient seal, immediately slipped out of the void corridor, and his divine sense swiftly spread out to monitor his surroundings. This was a world filled with abundant vitality. There were towering trees soaring into the skies with trunks that spanned the width of several grown men in the surroundings. World energy was incredibly rich, and the world principles were perfect. There were also bushes by the side, as well as a spirit fruit tree growing vigorously nearby. Several bright red spirit fruits hung from the tree and released a tantalizing aroma while looking deliciously sweet. Yang Kai could not recognize the fruit, but even so he could tell that it was of good quality at a glance. It was most likely very beneficial to Open Heaven Realm masters. What is this place? He frowned. The black ink battlefield filled with black ink strength that he had imagined was a place where the environment was harsh and violence was rampant, nothing like where he currently stood. Could it be that the void corridor does not connect to the black ink battlefield? As soon as that idea entered his head, Yang Kai became overjoyed. It's fine as long as it's not the black ink battlefield. That means I can still find a way to home. If I entered the black ink battlefield, then I would have lost all hope of ever returning. There was no time to pick the spirit fruit, though, as Yang Kai had higher priorities, he hurriedly began to seal the void corridor. The entrance was a potential danger, so he had to seal and conceal it as soon as possible to ensure the safety of black territory. Fortunately, this was not difficult, as he had been sealing the path behind him all this time, so he was already accustomed to these actions. The black hole-like entrance of the void corridor was thus quickly closed. Just as it seemed like the entrance of the void corridor was about to disappear entirely, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. There was a powerful aura approaching swiftly from the edge of his perception. Judging by the energy fluctuations coming from that person, this newcomer was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai scowled, and the movement of his hands sped up even more. A short while later, the entrance to the void corridor finally became completely sealed and vanished from sight. Yang Kai had only just finished his task when the sound of something cutting through the air entered his ears. A figure landed lightly at a spot only a few dozen meters away from him and quietly observed him a moment later. Turning to look in that direction, Yang Kai saw that the person who just arrived was a spirited old man. The old man's figure was thin, and he was dressed in a loose robe. Just by looking at his external appearance, Yang Kai could not figure out his origins. However, he was probably from one of the cave heavens or paradises, since he was in the 7th Order. The old man stared at Yang Kai, then glanced around the surroundings with a suspicious look. Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that, even though he finished sealing the void corridor in time, there were obvious fluctuations from the existence of the void corridor itself. The energy fluctuations must have been detected by this old man. It was just that the entrance had completely vanished out of sight at this moment, so the old man did not understand what had happened here. In fact, Yang Kai had the feeling that the energy fluctuations coming from the void corridor were what attracted this old man here in the first place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4913, The Weakest Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was something Yang Kai had been worrying about all along. There was bound to be some movement when the entrance to the void corridor on this side was revealed. His initial concern was that the Black Ink clan might discover the void corridor. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan would be able to invade Black territory through the void corridor. If that was truly the case, then the existence of the no-return pass would become meaningless, and the countless years of dedication and sacrifice of the cave heavens and paradises would also become worthless. It was precisely because he was worried about this issue that Yang Kai took the risk to come and seal the path himself. He even went so far as to cut off his return path. Looking at the current situation, it was a good thing that he had gone ahead with his actions. Otherwise, people were bound to investigate the situation once the entrance to the void corridor appeared. What puzzled him right now was the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him. Just where did this person come from? And where was this place? After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fist and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Old Man raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. The look in his eyes was as tranquil as an ancient well. He seemed to be a person of few words. It might also be that he was too proud to speak to a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator like Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart pounded in response as a vague feeling of unease gripped him. In truth, he had deliberately revealed his name to verify something. Nowadays, Yang Kai could no longer consider himself to be a nameless nobody in the 3,000 worlds. Whether it was his identity as the Lord of Void Land, Great Emperor of the Star Boundary, or his various actions in the Black Prison, it was enough for his name to be circulated around all the cave heavens and paradises. If the other party was a master from one of the cave heavens or paradises, then it would make no sense for him to have never heard of Yang Kai's name before. However, judging by the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Old Man's reaction, it was clear that he had never heard of Yang Kai until now. The old man's gaze turned towards the fruits next, as he said lightly, "These profound spirit fruits are mine. Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai couldn't even recognize those spirit fruits, so how could he object to anything? Nevertheless, looking at the old man's attitude, he had the feeling that these so-called profound spirit fruits were very beneficial to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Still, Yang Kai immediately cupped his fist. Treasures belong to those who are capable of taking them. Please help yourself, Senior. The old man nodded lightly, satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Moving to stand in front of the spirit fruit tree in a flash, he stretched out his hand and picked the profound spirit fruits before placing them into a wooden box that he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai obviously noticed the joy that flashed across the old man's eyes. Thus he became even more convinced that the profound spirit fruits were indeed very valuable to the old man. Just as he was about to ask some questions to learn more information about his situation, though, a sudden change occurred. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Old Man turned around and suddenly slammed his palm towards Yang Kai without any warning. The world force around this palm surged violently, and murderous intent burst out as though he wanted to kill Yang Kai on the spot. Yang Kai was startled. He never imagined that the other party would try to kill him after picking the fruits. Was this old man trying to silence the witness to the crime by killing him, lest he expose this matter later? Fortunately, despite his shock, Yang Kai was not defenseless. He had come to this place all on his own, so he had not relaxed his vigilance for even a moment. Faced with this sudden palm strike, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He hastily mobilized the power of his small universe and launched a counterattack. There was a huge explosion. When their world forces collided, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards. Meanwhile, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Old Man staggered unsteadily. A soft cry of surprise leaked from the old man's mouth. Although it was only one exchange, He could sense that Yang Kai was special. Logically speaking, after being struck by the sudden ambush of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself, a 6th Order Junior should be heavily injured, if not dead. On the contrary, the brat in front of him seemed to be unaffected. That was absolutely unbelievable. Even Yang Kai was surprised at this outcome. His opponent might be stronger than him, but he couldn't shake the vague feeling that something was wrong. There was no time for him to think about anything else, though, as the 7th Order old man was already chasing after him like a shadow. As the old man approached, he formed a seal with his hands. A mysterious light shot out from his palm the next moment and blasted towards Yang Kai. Before the light got too close, though, it suddenly transformed into a large light barrier and blocked off all routes where Yang Kai could dodge. Yang Kai gave a furious roar and drew on the power of his small universe. Summoning the Azure Dragon Spear, he swept out with his supreme, limitless spear art. His spear shot out like a dragon and transformed into spear shadows that covered the entire sky. The light barrier shattered while Yang Kai's figure drew back. At the same time, the 7th Order old man closed in as the bewilderment on his face grew stronger and stronger. He was shocked by the strength Yang Kai displayed, but he did not pause his attacks. Summoning a long sword into his hand, the old man slashed out with a frigid sword light. Thousands of sword waves erupted outward around him. Amidst the clashing sounds, world force collided endlessly. The two figures became entangled in battle and smashed up the world around them, leaving devastation in their wake everywhere they went. Halfway through the battle, Yang Kai raised his brow and finally realized what was wrong. This old man was indeed in the 7th Order, but he was far weaker than any 7th Order Master Yang Kai had ever met before. It could be said that Yang Kai had never met such a weak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The aura from the old man's body clearly indicated he was a 7th Order Master. But be that as it may, the power he exerted was only slightly stronger than what a 6th Order Master could muster. It was far from the standard of a 7th Order Master. His intention to kill Yang Kai was as clear as day, and the fact that he had launched a sudden sneak attack was the best proof. That was why Yang Kai believed that the old man was not holding back his strength. In other words, he was going all out. What's going on? Yang Kai could not understand, but he vaguely guessed that the other party was injured and could not exert his true strength. Nevertheless, he was secretly grateful. It was a fortunate situation for him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to resist. Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm after all, and although he could be considered invincible among 6th Order Masters, it was still tough for him to fight a 7th Order Master. He would only be qualified for a frontal confrontation with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. During the confrontation, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm old man couldn't help growing anxious when he saw that he could not defeat Yang Kai even after so long. Pitch-black aura slowly seeped out from his body, and even his eyes were gradually overtaken by darkness. When Yang Kai looked up and their eyes met, he felt his heart sinking all of a sudden. A black ink disciple. The pitch-black aura and eyes filled with darkness were the most obvious features of a black ink disciple. Besides, Yang Kai had encountered more than one black ink disciple in the past, so this kind of appearance was not unfamiliar to him. When he deliberately announced his name as a test earlier, the other party's complete lack of reaction had given Yang Kai an ominous feeling. Be that as it may, he had held onto a glimmer of hope. He hoped that the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm old man was not from any cave heaven or paradise, but from one of the second-class great forces like those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, which would explain why the old man had never heard his name. Judging from the current situation, though, that was not the case. This 7th Order Open Heaven Realm old man was a black ink disciple. Yang Kai could not help clenching his teeth. A black ink disciple could not be identified from their external appearance alone. If this intense battle had not forced the other party to actively expose himself, Yang Kai would have had no means to determine the identity of the other party. Black ink strength could not increase the power of an open heaven realm master. It would only change their nature. However, the black ink strength could allow an open heaven realm master to break through their limitations and advance infinitely in their cultivation. Everything Yang Kai saw and heard in black territory had taught him that there were disadvantages to that kind of unlimited advancement, though. Not everybody could withstand the pressure during the breakthrough. There were some black ink disciples in black territory that had exploded and died when breaking through their original limitations. Some also experienced changes in their appearance, their bodies becoming misshapen or covered in large cysts and welts. There were no free advantages in the world. If one wanted to enjoy an advantage, then they would need to pay a price. Unfortunately, average people were ignorant, and the ability of the black ink strength to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm was extremely attractive. That was why the cave heavens and paradises had always kept information regarding the black ink clan a secret, lest there were people who could not resist the temptation and took risks to seek them out. This seventh order open heaven realm old man might have revealed the black ink strength in his rage, but his strength had not increased in the slightest. On the contrary, Yang Kai gradually figured out the old man's background. If the other party had been in his prime, Yang Kai would have needed to use his dragon transformation to stand a fighting chance against him. Now that the old man's strength was clearly reduced, though, there was no need for such trouble. Another fierce collision occurred, and when both parties were thrown backwards by the explosive impact, Yang Kai raised his spear with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. Then he slowly threw his fist forward. Yang Kai's swing seemed harmless and even a bit comical, but the expression of the seventh order open heaven realm old man changed drastically under this punch. The old man's figure suffered an enormous shock, and he spat out fresh blood as a result. Cow punch. Strictly speaking, black ink disciples were simply open heaven realm masters corrupted by the black ink strength. The power that they wielded was still the same power from their small universe. How could Yang Kai fail to grasp this opportunity after fighting the old man for so long? Tracing the opponent's world force back to his small universe, Yang Kai's cow punch secret technique achieved success in one hit. In the first place, it was a secret technique meant for the weak to defeat the strong, so as long as Yang Kai had enough time to prepare, even an eighth order open heaven realm master would suffer tremendously after being struck by this blow. The old man's small universe was instantly turned upside down, and his world force failed to flow smoothly. A burst of stars appeared in his vision, and at that moment, the horror in his heart could not have been any stronger. He initially thought that his opponent was just a sixth order master that he could easily kill. But who could have known that this sixth order junior would have such extraordinary combat power? It would have been nothing if that was all, but this little bastard even used some strange, secret technique that could bombard his small universe directly. Such a secret technique was completely unprecedented. Just as the old man's small universe was shaking and he could not access his strength, Yang Kai dashed over and stood right in front of him. An ominous feeling immediately flooded the old man's heart as he barely managed to raise his palm and slam it out at his opponent. It was impossible for this attack to harm Yang Kai in any way, as there was no power behind it. Yang Kai effortlessly blocked the palm strike, and in the next moment, his hands shone with a blue and yellow light. Pressing his palms together in front of him, a pure and unblemished, purifying light enveloped the seventh order old man. Having confirmed the other party's identity as a black ink disciple, Yang Kai naturally had his own means of dealing with the old man. On the other hand, the old man reacted as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his face twisted in pain. As the pitch-black aura in his body dissipated away, though, the pain gradually subsided. Yang Kai had fought a black ink royal lord in the black prison, and at that time many Seventh Order Masters had been corrupted by the black ink strength. He had relied on the purifying light to restore order from chaos and rescue them. Hence, Yang Kai was just performing a familiar action at this point. A short while later, the black ink strength stopped leaking from the old man's body. He slowly opened his eyes and studied Yang Kai with a puzzled glance. Shock, however, was the greatest emotion he felt at this moment. "Senior," Yang Kai called out lightly. Only then did the old man seem to wake from his daze. He anxiously gasped for breath and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here." The two of them had battled for quite a long time just now, so there was no saying whether the commotion had spread to the surroundings. Staying here would only attract others to come and investigate the situation. Yang Kai had many doubts in his heart, but now was clearly not the time to ask questions. Nodding his head, he quickly followed behind the old man and hurried into the distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:14, Conversation. Not long after the pair departed, several figures arrived from different directions. It was obvious that they had been attracted by the fluctuations of the battle just now. After investigating the messy battlefield, though, all the people who came turned to glance at the profound spirit fruits tree. Then they dispersed and disappeared without a trace a short while later. There was a karst cave hidden deep inside the belly of a certain mountain. The Seventh Order old man guided Yang Kai to this place, and once they entered the cave, he quickly set up various barriers to isolate it. Only then did he sit down cross-legged, silently circulate his secret technique, and adjust his breathing. Yang Kai had so many questions that he didn't know where to start asking. However, looking at the old man's actions, he could only wait patiently. He had not held back when he used his cow punch during their battle earlier. With such a violent force slamming into the old man's small universe, it was only natural that he was feeling quite unsteady. A long while passed before the old man exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Yang Kai sat upright beside the old man, looking concerned. "Senior, are you seriously wounded?" He was the one who injured the other party after all, so he felt a little apologetic. It was just that the situation at the time had left him with no other choice. The other party had tried to kill him, so he could not be expected to sit still and wait for death. The old man did not answer, and countered with another question instead. "Are you not a black ink disciple?" The young man in front of him could even dispel and purify the black ink strength in his small universe. Such an ability was simply sensational. With this ability, it should naturally be impossible for him to become corrupted by the black ink clan and degenerate into a black ink disciple. Yang Kai shook his head in response. "No." The old man looked astonished. "If you're not a black ink disciple, then how did you appear here?" The story is long and complicated. This Junior will explain later. But I have a few questions for you first, Senior. Yang Kai looked at the old man. The old man nodded. "Speak." Yang Kai asked, "Is this the black ink battlefield?" The old man furrowed his brow lightly and stared at Yang Kai puzzledly, as if asking, "You're standing right here. How can you not know where you are?" After pondering quietly for a moment, though, he answered the question anyway, yes and no. "What do you mean yes and no?" Yang Kai was perplexed by the answer. Luckily, the old man explained, this place is a sealed world within the black ink battlefield. Once you exit the sealed world, you will arrive at the real black ink battlefield. Yang Kai was greatly astonished. A sealed world? There's a sealed world in the black ink battlefield. The old man stared at Yang Kai, his confusion growing larger. The black ink battlefield is incredibly vast. There are countless sealed worlds here. His expression seemed to say, "What's so surprising about that?" Yang Kai fell silent in contemplation. Nevertheless, he finally understood why the scenery he saw when he stepped out from the void corridor was so different from his expectations. It turned out that he had directly entered a sealed world. Only once he left this sealed world could he be considered to have arrived in the black ink battlefield. Has this sealed world always existed? Or was it only discovered recently by accident? Yang Kai asked again. Several months ago, the entrance of this sealed world appeared. Only then did we discover this place, the old man answered. Several months ago coincided with the death of the Black Ink Royal Lord. Yang Kai did not know the connection between these two incidents, but he was certain that they were somehow related to each other. In any case, this situation gave him some peace of mind. His greatest concern was that the Black Ink clan would discover the entrance to the Void Corridor. It would now seem that the ancient great experts had prepared in advance. This sealed world might be related to the methods of the ancient great expert who set up the super array in Black territory. After all, concealing the entrance to the Void Corridor inside a sealed world would certainly provide an extra layer of security. Yang Kai thought for a moment before asking another question. Based on what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like you're the only one who entered this sealed world. The old man nodded. Of course, there are many treasures in the sealed worlds scattered throughout the Black Ink battlefield. These treasures are essentially worthless to the Black Ink clan, but they are valuable to Black Ink disciples. That is why many Black Ink disciples will scramble to enter a sealed world as soon as one appears. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, secretly rejoicing that this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was on the weaker side. It would have been difficult for him to cope otherwise. After considering all this, he asked yet another question. Senior, were you injured previously? How else could a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master be defeated and spun around in circles by him so easily? The old man gave Yang Kai a deep look before he shook his head. I'm not injured per se. It's just that this old master's small universe is incomplete. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before comprehending the meaning behind the old man's words. The reason for having an incomplete small universe was that he had sacrificed a portion of it. There was only one situation in which a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would willingly make such a sacrifice, when they were being corroded by the Black Ink strength. During the battle against the Black Ink Royal Lord, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had been corroded by the Black Ink strength. For some, Yang Kai had managed to dispel the Black Ink strength in time, but for others they had no choice but to sacrifice a part of their small universe to save themselves. That was the only way to prevent themselves from completely being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. This old man had clearly undergone a similar situation before, which was why his small universe was incomplete and why his strength as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master seemed so feeble. For the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who cultivated for tens of thousands of years, sacrificing a part of their small universe required great courage and determination. While fighting the Black Ink Royal Lord, Yang Kai had witnessed the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises sacrificing pieces of their small universes with his own eyes, an act which greatly impacted him. If such situations had happened in Black territory, then similar situations would certainly be commonplace in the Black Ink battlefield. Please forgive me, Senior. This junior has only just arrived here, so there are many things that I don't understand. Yang Kai cupped his fist. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly at those words. Just arrived here? Which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Yang Kai shook his head. This junior does not come from any cave heaven or paradise. I did not enter the Black Ink battlefield through the no-return pass either. He knew what the old man had been suspicious about this point, so he took the initiative to point out these facts. The old man's expression changed drastically after listening to Yang Kai's reply. There's another way to enter the Black Ink battlefield aside from the no-return pass. The no-return pass was the last line of defense against the Black Ink clan. As long as they steadfastly defended the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would never step foot into the 3,000 worlds. That was the belief held by all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. That was also the reason why they had been struggling desperately for so many years. However, Yan Kai claimed that he had not entered this place through the no-return pass. So how could the old man not be shocked? If somebody could enter this place through another path, then the Black Ink clan could use that very same path to invade the 3,000 worlds. That was something that would break the stalemate that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There's no need to worry, Senior. I've already sealed the path that connects to this place. That is why I'm here in the first place. Yan Kai waved his hand to reassure the old man, knowing that the other party had more doubts than him right now. After collecting his thoughts, he asked, Senior, can you please allow me to check your small universe? Yan Kai had used the purifying light on the old man earlier, so logically speaking, the Black Ink strength should have been removed completely. Even so, when it came to such matters, he could not feel at ease unless he checked the other party's small universe. The secrets he needed to divulge were of immense importance, so it was better to err on the side of caution. The old man undoubtedly understood Yan Kai's consideration. Hence, he nodded and took the initiative to open the portal to his small universe without any hesitation. Go ahead! In the 3,000 worlds, it was a great humiliation for someone to have their small universe inspected. On the Black Ink battlefield, however, it was a common practice. It could be said that all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Black Ink battlefield would go through this process after every battle. This was a special custom created by the unique environment here. Yan Kai did not stand on ceremony, as now was not the time to be courteous to one another. His divine sense plunged into the small universe for an investigation. After a while, he retracted his divine senses. Forgive my rudeness. There were no remnants of the Black Ink strength left in the old man's small universe. And just as he mentioned earlier, the old man's small universe was indeed incomplete. There were clearly parts which were missing, which caused the world force in his small universe to flow in an awkward manner. That was also the reason why he could not exert the full strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, the old man showed no inclination to check Yan Kai's small universe. He seemed to have absolute trust in Yan Kai's purifying light. I'm sure you have many questions, Senior, but it is a long story. Please allow this junior to slowly explain the situation to you. Good. Please tell me in detail. Yan Kai nodded in response. First, he clarified his identity and background. Whether it was his identity as Void Land's Lord, High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, or a Star Boundary Great Emperor, all of these names were very unfamiliar to the old man. After that, he explained about the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. It was only then that the old man's expression changed slightly, but he listened quietly and did not interrupt Yan Kai. When Yan Kai mentioned the Black Ink Royal Lord in Black Territory, the old man's expression changed drastically. Although the masters from the various cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds attached great importance to the Black Ink Royal Lord, none of them had fought on the Black Ink battlefield before. On the other hand, as somebody who constantly walked along the edge of life and death on the Black Ink battlefield, the strength of a Black Ink Royal Lord was well known to the old man and was a huge deterrent. If the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises did not make a move, who could possibly be the opponent of a Black Ink Royal Lord? Fortunately, that Black Ink Royal Lord had been trapped for countless years, so her strength had declined tremendously. The masters of the cave heavens and paradises went all out in battle and paid a huge price, but their efforts eventually resulted in the death of the Royal Lord. Upon hearing the outcome of the battle, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Kai told the story lightly, but the old man could imagine the dangers and brutality of that battle. The cave heavens and paradises must have lost countless elites in that fight. After the Black Ink Royal Lord died, a void corridor appeared at the spot where she perished. Yan Kai sighed softly. Nobody knew where the void corridor would lead, but based on the Royal Lord's behavior before her death, we were certain that there was nothing good waiting for us at the other side. The destination would most likely be related to the Black Ink clan, so we presumed that it would be the black ink battlefield. If that were truly the case, then the 3,000 worlds would be in danger. This junior's cultivation might be meager, but I am proficient in the Tao of space, which was why I volunteered to enter the void corridor and seal it again. The task of sealing the void corridor brought me to this place. Truthfully, I had only just finished my task when I ran into you, Senior. At this point, Yang Kai could be considered to have finished explaining his origins. The old man's expression fluctuated many times while he was listening to Yang Kai's story. It was an extremely exciting and colorful narration, but he was relieved after listening to its end. It was a blessing among all the misfortune for a talented individual like this young man to have appeared in the 3,000 worlds. His proficiency in the Tao of space allowed him to seal the void corridor in a timely and effective manner, so the consequences had not been dire. No wonder this old master sensed space principle fluctuations just now. It turned out it was because of the void corridor. The old man seemed to have figured out the answer to one of his own questions. Yang Kai queried, from the standpoint of a black ink disciple, "Did you not suspect anything, Senior?" The old man replied, "I had my doubts, but this old master was distracted by the profound Yin spirit fruits at the time, so I couldn't be bothered to investigate the issue. You did well." After the void corridor was sealed, this old master could not find any flaws. I believe that the other black ink disciples will not find anything, even if they passed by that place. Martial Peak. Chapter 49:15. The heavens must be jealous. Profound Yin spirit fruit. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the name. If the old man had not said anything, he would not have known anything about that spirit fruit. What could be certain was that the spirit fruit was something that could only be found in the black ink battlefield, as Yang Kai had never heard of such a spirit fruit in the 3,000 worlds before. The old man took out a wooden box, opened it, and explained, "This spirit fruit is extremely useful for mending one's damaged small universe." Yang Kai immediately understood. The heavenly way is indeed fair in all things. The old man nodded. That's right. A cultivator's small universe is akin to an independent world, and this spirit fruit has the ability to mend broken small universes. The ancestors named it the profound Yin spirit fruit, as it symbolized renewal and rebirth. This spirit fruit was useless to the average open heaven realm master, but it was a precious treasure for those with a damaged small universe like the old man. It had to be said that once a person's small universe became incomplete, their martial Tao would never improve again in the future. Moreover, their strength would also be greatly reduced. It would be similar to this old man in front of Yang Kai. If his small universe had not been damaged, Yang Kai would not have been able to defeat him so easily. But if he recovered with the help of the profound Yin spirit fruit, then he would regain the strength he had at his peak. It was true that the old man had noticed some abnormalities back when Yang Kai emerged from the void corridor, but his attention was quickly drawn towards the profound Yin spirit fruit. Hence, he did not bother to pursue the matter any further. In the first place, he only appeared at that spot because he had been attracted by the subtle fluctuations of space principles that spread out when the entrance of the void corridor opened for a moment. Even in the black ink battlefield, this spirit fruit is probably a rare treasure, right? Yang Kai asked. The old man nodded. Although there are many sealed worlds in the black ink battlefield, not every sealed world has a profound Yin spirit fruit tree. This spirit fruit is certainly rare. Having said that, he smiled brightly. If not for that, this old master would not have tried to silence the witness to the crime, lest you reveal the existence of the spirit fruit to the others. Who could have known? Who could have known that he would be no match for his opponent? The fact that he couldn't even defeat a sixth-order open heaven realm master made him feel rather ashamed. At the same time, he finally understood why the cave heavens and paradises entrusted the heavy responsibility of sealing the void corridor to a mere sixth-order junior. How could this sixth-order boy be compared to ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters? Despite having lived for so many years, the old man had never met a more ferocious sixth-order master in his life. Not to mention, the mysterious purifying light that Yang Kai displayed could even dispel the black ink strength that had corrupted his small universe for so many years. It was simply unbelievable. Likewise, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the old man had taken the initiative to attack him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to figure out the old man's identity. Black ink disciples were no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances after all. There was no way to notice any abnormality from their external appearance alone. That pure white light, what is it? The old man could not hold back his curiosity. Do the cave heavens and paradises have such a secret technique now? If that was truly the case, then it was truly fortuitous news for all those who had crossed the no-return pass. This secret technique evidently had strong restraining effects on the black ink strength, so no matter who was corrupted by the black ink clan in the future, they could still be saved. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises had invested many people into the black ink battlefield. Countless people had died in battle, but many others had been converted into black ink disciples and became enemies instead. That was the biggest reason why the cave heavens and paradises could never obtain victory on the black ink battlefield. If not for that, their continuous investment of manpower would eventually have eroded away at the forces of the black ink clan until nothing was left. Yang Kai shook his head. This is not a secret technique of the cave heavens and paradises. It is something that this junior obtained by chance, and only this junior can use it. He did not mention the existence of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, as there was no need to. It was enough to explain that he was the only person who could use this technique. The old man was slightly disappointed, but he soon understood. If this secret technique had been developed by the cave heavens and paradises, it would have been delivered to the black ink battlefield a long time ago. There was no reason to hide it until today. Looking at Yang Kai, he let out a long sigh. The heavens must be jealous! Yang Kai instantly burst out laughing. Somehow, those words sounded as though he was going to die at any moment. The old man continued, "It is not easy for you to make such a sacrifice for the 3,000 worlds. The cave heavens and paradises have much to be grateful to you for." This junior only followed his own sense of justice. "You praise me too much, senior." Yang Kai responded humbly. The old man sighed once more. "But since you are already here, then that means you can't go back anymore. Do you have anything else that you wish to say before we begin?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows slightly. "Senior, what do you mean?" Something about the old man's statement set off alarm bells in his head. The old man said, "You are a hero of the 3,000 worlds. From an emotional perspective, you should not have had to carry such a heavy fate. Unfortunately, the existence of the void corridor is too important. This information must never be allowed to leak to others." Then his expression became solemn and his voice became grim. "Only the dead will never reveal a secret. I hope you understand what I mean." When he was met with Yang Kai's silence for an answer, he clearly misunderstood the situation and opened his mouth once more. "I believe you would not want your efforts to go to waste either. I also believe that you have prepared yourself for the worst when you chose to seal the void corridor alone." Yang Kai quickly raised his hand to interrupt the old man. "I understand what you mean, senior." The old man was pleased. "You truly are a man who understands the bigger picture. But, senior, this junior might not have to die." The old man frowned and reprimanded Yang Kai. "Fool! I know that you have the means to dispel and purify black ink strength, so it won't be easy for you to be corrupted by it. However, you are only in the sixth order open heaven realm. Once you exit this sealed world, you will enter the true black ink battlefield. There are countless black ink disciples outside, not to mention there are territory lords overseeing this place. How will you resist them if you slip up? It's only a matter of time before you become corrupted by black ink strength and become a black ink disciple. How will the existence of the void corridor remain concealed once you've been corrupted? If you have the means to seal the void corridor, then I can only presume that you have the means to reopen it too. If you become a black ink disciple, the first thing you will do will be to open that void corridor and lead chaos into the 3,000 worlds. For that reason, you must die. Not only that, this old master will have to die too. This is the only way to ensure that this secret will remain completely hidden. If you cannot do it yourself, then this old master will help you. Don't worry, you only need to wait a while on the road to the Yellow Springs. This old master will follow you shortly. Even though this old man kept telling him to die, Yang Kai could not bring himself to hate him. Under normal circumstances, the old man's suggestion would undoubtedly be the correct choice. Only the dead could keep secrets. Once they were corrupted by black ink strength and became black ink disciples, the existence of the void corridor would immediately be exposed. They would wholeheartedly devote themselves to the black ink clan after becoming black ink disciples. In other words, even without the instructions of the black ink clan, Yang Kai would willingly divulge the existence of the void corridor and take the initiative to open it for them. What's more, the old man even said that Yang Kai would only need to wait a while on the road to the Yellow Springs, and he would follow soon after. At that time they could travel together so that the journey would not be lonely. The old man was staring at Yang Kai as though he was going to help send Yang Kai to the afterlife if Yang Kai refused to die. Hence, Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I cannot be corrupted by the black ink strength." This junior was present during the battle against the black ink royal lord, and during that battle, the black ink royal lord used her royal lord secret technique to instantly corrupt 5 8th order ancestors. However, this junior remained safe and sound. One of them was even standing right beside this junior when it happened. The old man shook his head. The method of dispelling and purifying black ink strength is extraordinary indeed. But on the black ink battlefield, using this method to resist the black ink strength will only attract the attention of black ink clan. Explanations were clearly useless. At this point, only actual hard evidence would work. So Yang Kai simply stated, "Please see for yourself, senior." As soon as those words left his mouth, a pitch-black aura seeped out from the surface of his body. Even his eyes were swiftly covered by the darkness. The old man turned pale with shock. Activating his world force, he nearly struck Yang Kai with his palm. However, his palm stopped right in front of Yang Kai. The reason was that the darkness had faded from Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai explained, "I will not conceal the truth from you, senior. This junior was lucky enough to obtain the world spring through an opportunity a long time ago. So my small universe is impenetrable to external forces. I even have a large amount of black ink essence suppressed and sealed inside my small universe, but it has not affected this junior in any way." A world spring! The old man was astonished and delighted by those words, but he shouted, "Words are nothing without proof." Just as Yang Kai had prudently checked his small universe before, he had the same thoughts at this moment. Their situations were simply reversed. Yang Kai gave a wry smile, knowing that the old man would not be reassured if he did not allow the other party to check for himself. He immediately opened the portal to his small universe. The old man poured his divine sense into Yang Kai's small universe to investigate without any trace of politeness. In the next moment, he looked dumbfounded. "Are you really just a 6th order master?" Under his investigation, he discovered that Yang Kai's small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. That was the capital that only high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters could have. It was impossible for the small universe of a 6th order master to achieve something like that. This old man was not the first person to be shocked by this. When Yu Xiang Dai and the others had investigated Yang Kai's small universe back then, they had the same reaction. The main reason was that nobody had ever seen something like this before, so it was very strange and novel. "You've already checked my small universe, senior. How can this junior hide anything from you?" The old man nodded. Under his investigation, he discovered that Yang Kai was indeed only in the sixth order open heaven realm. That was not a lie. At the same time, he finally understood why a sixth order junior had such impressive combat power that even a seventh order open heaven realm master like himself was not an opponent. Yang Kai had a fully materialized small universe, so it was only natural that ordinary sixth order masters could not compare to him. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, the black ink strength was being suppressed and sealed, and there was also a small spring that seemed to flow without end, spreading out a kind of protective aura to the rest of the world. The old man had never seen a world spring before, but he clearly saw the area where the black ink strength was being suppressed and sealed. When he retracted his divine sense, he nodded lightly. No wonder you dared to take such risks. It was because you had something to rely upon. Good. Very good. With one of the four universe pillars, like the world spring, supporting Yang Kai's small universe, there was certainly no need for him to worry about being corrupted by the black ink strength. That was the greatest guarantee for his own safety. Observing Yang Kai carefully, the old man's eyes slowly began to brighten. Yang Kai did not need to die or worry about being corrupted by the black ink strength, turning him into a black ink disciple, in which case his very existence was a huge blessing to the black ink battlefield. Leaving aside his cultivation, just his ability to dispel and purify the black ink strength alone would be a huge boost to the front lines. The wheels turned in the old man's head, and various thoughts crossed his mind at that moment. Soon, though, his expression became firm, and he said, "This old master is Meng Qi. I hailed from exquisite paradise. 4,000 years ago, I followed my seniors from the master sect through the Noritern Pass and came to the black ink battlefield." He had not bothered to introduce himself to Yang Kai before because he believed that they both needed to die in order to protect the secrets here. So introductions were redundant. Now that Yang Kai would live, though, the situation was different. At the very least, if he told Yang Kai his origins, Yang Kai might be able to bring a message back to his master sect one day. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. So it is Senior Meng. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4916, Meng Qi's Advice. Meng Qi gestured around him and asked, "How much do you actually understand about the Black Ink battlefield and the Black Ink clan?" "Not much. Just before I came here, I only heard a little from the ancestors." Meng Qi nodded, well aware that this information had always been kept secret in the 3,000 worlds. Even amongst the cave heavens and paradises, only a few elders and elite disciples knew anything. Unfortunately, even these people's knowledge was not comprehensive, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to understand much. Flipping his hand, Meng Qi suddenly took out an object. This object was round and the size of a fist. Yang Kai glanced at the object and asked curiously, "A universe chart?" Yang Kai possessed a similar object. It was something he bought from in Thousand Birds Star City. The 3,000 worlds was too vast, and there were countless great territories connected to each other. If not for the guidance of a universe chart, it would be impossible for one to navigate between destinations. That was why almost all Open Heaven Realm masters would have a universe chart in their possession. This object was something every single cave heaven or paradise could refine and was a valuable source of income. Thanks to that, the cave heavens and paradises gained a sizable income every year just by relying on sales of universe charts. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not understand why Meng Qi had taken out a copy of the universe chart at a time like this. This is the universe chart of the Black Ink battlefield. Although the information contained within is from 3,000 years ago, it should be not that much different from the current situation. While speaking, Meng Qi handed the universe chart to Yang Kai. He had entered the Black Ink battlefield with his seniors from their master sect 4,000 years ago, but he accidentally became corrupted by the Black Ink strength during a battle against the Black Ink clan 3,000 years ago. Consequently, the information in his universe chart had not been updated since then. Yang Kai readily accepted the universe chart from Meng Qi. In his present situation, this information was very valuable to him. His divine sense immediately poured into the universe chart. In that instant, Yan Kai felt as though he had entered a vast universe on display before him. His vision expanded, and he saw the nearest great pass inside the universe chart that resembled a 9-palace, 8 trigrams array at a glance. He also saw the existence of various other great passes inside the universe chart. What's more, the name of each great pass seemed to be related to one of cave heavens or paradises. For example, he saw a Great Battle Pass, Inyang Pass, Lengya Pass, Golden Antelope Pass, and so on. These great passes seemed to resonate and reinforce each other. Connected from one end to another, they formed a gigantic grand array that stretched across the vast void. Yan Kai could almost imagine just how huge and majestic the actual great passes were in the black ink battlefield. Behind these great passes was where the no-return pass was located. The no-return pass marked the border dividing the 3,000 worlds and black ink battlefield. It was also the last line of defense. If the no-return pass ever fell, that would mean that the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds with impunity. The 3,000 worlds would be in peril once that happened. Senior, where are we now? Yan Kai studied the universe chart for a moment, but did not find their current position. Logically speaking, his current position should be extremely easy to locate on the universe chart. Even so, he could not pinpoint where they were. He had a vague suspicion that the reason was related to them being inside the sealed world. A sealed world was an independent world isolated from the outside world after all, so it was bound to hinder the display of the universe chart. Meng-Chi reached out and tapped on the universe chart. A certain spot on the universe chart immediately glowed with light here. Yan Kai studied the distance between the spot of light and the great passes of the cave heavens and paradises before gritting his teeth. The distance was not insignificant. It could almost be said that he was deep within the belly of the black ink battlefield at this moment. There was no saying how much danger he would face if he wanted to head towards the great passes. Meng-Chi explained, this area is located within the domain of Hong Lian Territory Lord. He has many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples under his command. When you leave this sealed world, that will be the first danger you will have to face. Before coming here, Lu Mu and the others had explained to Yan Kai about the strict hierarchy in the Black Ink clan. The highest position within the hierarchy would be the Black Ink Royal Lords. Every single Black Ink Royal Lord had strength comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Under the Royal Lords were the Black Ink clansmen known as Territory Lords, each of them comparable to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. Hong Lian Territory Lord was undoubtedly one of them. After the Territory Lords came the Feudal Lords, the Black Ink equivalent to 7th Order Masters. Below the feudal lords were the ordinary Black Ink clansmen. These clansmen were divided into high-rank Black Ink clansmen and low-rank clansmen. A high-rank Black Ink clan member was more or less equivalent to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, while a low-rank Black Ink clan member would be on par with a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. These Black Ink clansmen did not pose much of a threat to Yan Kai, but they could still become an issue if their numbers were too large. On the Black Ink battlefield, a Black Ink Royal Lord would have numerous Territory Lords under him, and each Territory Lord would then have many feudal lords beneath them. In this manner, a chain of command was established where the lower-ranking members were subservient to their higher-ranking members. Meanwhile, the Black Ink disciples would always be inferior to the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Even if it was only a Black Ink clan member on par with a First Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the Black Ink battlefield, their status would still be higher than a Black Ink disciple in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having said that, being weak was the greatest sin in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, so ordinary Black Ink clansmen generally received worse treatment than Black Ink disciples with high cultivation. That was because they would be used as cannon fodder to exhaust the strength of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Furthermore, the black ink strength that was left behind when they died would become a deterrent to the enemy and a boon to allies. Countless ordinary black ink clansmen were killed in almost every battle, regardless of whether they were low rank or high rank. Be that as it may, these ordinary black ink clansmen were akin to consumable items and remained virtually inexhaustible even after so many millennia of fighting. From what this old master saw, you seem capable of disguising yourself as a black ink disciple with the methods you displayed just now. Yang Kai nodded. If anybody wants to check my identity, this junior can outwardly fool them, but I cannot let them check my small universe. Meng Qi nodded. Although that is a practical method, you should not rely too much on it. You are not the only one on the black ink battlefield with one of the 4 universe pillars. In the past, there once was an ancestor who disguised himself as a black ink disciple to sneak behind enemy lines and cause chaos. Therefore, the Black Ink clan is somewhat guarded against such behavior. Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. Precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars could be said to be the nemesis of the black ink strength, so how could the cave heavens and paradises not use them to their advantage? Over the eons, the 4 universe pillars would occasionally appear even if such occurrences rarely happened. The cave heavens and paradises would scramble to get their hands on any 4 universe pillar and figure out a way to deliver it to the black ink battlefield as soon as possible to increase their combat power. Yang Kai even suspected that the profound fish universe pillar that appeared in Shattered Heaven 3,000 years ago was now with one of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises in this black ink battlefield. The Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples have a master-servant relationship between them. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, Black Ink disciples are nothing but livestock to rear and kill as they please. They also have a habit of devouring their Black Ink disciples' world force to strengthen themselves. Doing so is also a method of cultivation for them. That is why the existence of the Black Ink clan poses such a big threat to the 3,000 worlds. There were countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, and each one had abundant world force. World force was food for the Black Ink clan to increase their strength. Once the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, then all those universe worlds would be doomed. What's more, there were countless generations of open heaven cultivators in the various forces in the 3,000 worlds. The amount of world force from all these people would be far beyond what the universe worlds alone could provide. If it was said that the average universe world or spirit province was food for the Black Ink clan, then the headquarters of the cave heavens and paradises would be mouth-watering delicacies. Yang Kai himself had learned of the Black Ink clan's love for devouring world force from his experience with the Black Ink royal lord in Black territory. If he had not stopped the royal lord in time, there was no saying how many Black Ink disciples would have rushed to their deaths and been devoured by the royal lord to recover her strength. A Black Ink disciple corrupted by the Black Ink strength of a Black Ink clansman will become the servant of that Black Ink clansman. What's more, Black Ink clan members have the ability to sense their servants. Senior, do you mean to say? Meng Qi explained. In other words, if I was a Black Ink clansman and you were corrupted by my Black Ink strength, you would become my servant and I would be your master. As long as you were nearby, I would be able to sense your existence. It makes commanding troops more convenient. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But I don't know if the Black Ink clansman can sense the status of other people's servants. Meng Qi frowned slightly. In any case, you should be careful if you meet any of the Black Ink clan members. Whether or not one was a Black Ink disciple could not be determined just from outer appearances alone. That was also true for the Black Ink clansmen. Since they could not distinguish friend or foe from outer appearances, then both parties would naturally come up with other methods. For the cave heavens and paradises, checking the small universe was the most effective and secure method. Among the Black Ink clan, it is not uncommon for them to snatch each other's servants. Open Heaven Realm Masters have a small universe in their bodies, and their world force is extremely attractive to the Black Ink clansmen. Therefore, it is common for them to fight for Black Ink disciples. Besides, there will always be people corrupted by the Black Ink after every battle. If these people are lucky enough to survive, then they will automatically head towards the place where the Black Ink clan members gather to search for the masters who corrupted them. If you successfully leave the sealed world, you should pretend to be a servant without a master. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at those words. Senior, are you saying I should claim that my master is either dead or missing? Mang Chi nodded. That's the only way for you to protect yourself. There are dangers lurking everywhere outside the sealed world. If your identity is exposed, then you will not be able to escape death. Other Open Heaven Realm Masters would become corrupted by the Black Ink strength and retain their lives as a result. However, Yang Kai could not be turned. If he was discovered by the Black Ink clan and his identity exposed, they would surely eliminate him without mercy. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. You can have the universe chart. It will be useful for you. You can have this too. While speaking, Mang Chi took off the space ring on his finger and handed it over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai silently took the space ring. Mang Chi had rambled on, giving him so much advice, so how could he not understand what Mang Chi meant? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, Senior, it doesn't have to end this way. Mang Chi smiled. Who would be willing to die if there was a chance to live? But if I don't die, it will only be a matter of time before I am corrupted by the Black Ink clan again. The secret will be exposed if that happens. This old master has spent the past 3,000 years in a blur, so I am very glad that I have the clarity to make my own choice before I die. There is nothing to regret. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Although he knew that the other party was speaking the truth, he couldn't help feeling bad. This place was located deep within the hinterlands of the Black Ink battlefield, and Mang Chi had no means to completely defend against the corruption of the Black Ink strength. Under these circumstances, dying here was the only method to keep the existence of the Void Corridor a secret. It's all my fault, Senior. Yang Kai looked sad. If he had not told Mang Chi about the Void Corridor, then Mang Chi would not have needed to make such a drastic choice. Mang Chi could have escaped this place with him instead. Even if Mang Chi only killed a single Black Ink clansman in the future, it would have been a worthy trade. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49:17. Take care, Senior. Upon hearing those words, Mang Chi waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to blame yourself. For me, I would rather die in this manner than to become a servant of the Black Ink clan again. Being enslaved is worse than death. In the future, no matter which Black Ink disciple you meet, you don't need to show them mercy. If you can kill them, then you should without hesitation. You will be liberating them from their suffering. We have long prepared ourselves for death the moment we stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai remained silent. Mang Chi continued, I'm just saying, if you can safely arrive at the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, you must keep the Void Corridor a secret from all others. The only one you can inform is the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor defending this area. No one else can be entrusted with this information. This was clearly a preventive measure in case anybody who was privy to this information became corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Masters like the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestors were essentially immune to the Black Ink strength. Throughout the countless years of battle since ancient times, there had been several incidents where Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became corrupted by the Black Ink clan. However, there was no precedent of a Ninth Order Old Ancestor becoming corrupted. This junior will not forget. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Mang Chi glanced at Yang Kai and sighed again. Yang Kai had the World Spring, so there was no need to worry about becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, his strength was far superior compared to the average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Be that as it may, Meng-Chi did not believe that Yang Kai could leave the Black Ink clan's territory and safely return to the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. There were all kinds of dangers lurking along the way after all. The slightest careless mistake was enough to result in death. Yang Kai asked, "Senior, do you have any message you wish delivered to exquisite paradise?" Meng-Chi's gaze went blank, but after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing to tell them. I was dead the moment I became corrupted by the Black Ink strength." Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai once more. "It's getting late. You should leave. Sealed worlds also contain world force, so they are very attractive to the Black Ink clan. It's just that there are treasures that will benefit Black Ink disciples inside, so the Black Ink disciples are allowed to enter for exploration first. In short order, the Black Ink clan will enter this place to devour the world force here. At that time, this sealed world will be destroyed." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing those words. "Is the Black Ink clan waiting outside the sealed world?" Meng-Chi nodded. "These are several feudal lords outside. That is why you will be facing a crisis as soon as you exit the sealed world. Unfortunately, you can only rely upon yourself to resolve this crisis. The Black Ink clan will be very interested in a servant without a master like you. But if you can demonstrate that you have great value, you might be able to retain your life. Otherwise, you will only become food." Yang Kai immediately felt a headache coming. As soon as he exited the sealed world, he would be met with several Black Ink feudal lords. That was no laughing matter. After explaining the exit route to Yang Kai once more, Meng-Chi shooed Yang Kai away. "Go! This matter cannot be delayed." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but in the end he swallowed all the words he wanted to say. He did not try to persuade Meng-Chi again. Standing up, he bowed deeply. "Take care, Senior." Meng-Chi nodded and closed his eyes silently. Yang Kai turned and left. Walking out of the karst cave in the belly of the mountain, he determined his bearings for a moment before he flew in the direction Meng-Chi had pointed out to him earlier. He had not gone far when his figure came to an abrupt halt. The disturbance caused by the collapse of a small universe spread out from behind him. The world force dispersed into the surroundings and disappeared in a fleeting moment. Yang Kai could tell that Meng-Chi had committed suicide. After all, in order to keep the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng-Chi's only choice was to die. This sealed world was not small, and Yang Kai was not very familiar with the area, even though Meng-Chi had pointed him towards the exit. Therefore, it took him 2 full days to arrive at the entrance of the sealed world after wandering around in circles. Along the way, Yang Kai encountered many Black Ink disciples. What surprised him was that the cultivation of these Black Ink disciples was very uneven. There were masters like Meng-Chi, who were in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, there were even cultivators as weak as the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. This discovery puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Logically speaking, the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the power of the Black Ink clan. For that reason, the Open Heaven realm masters dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield over the years could not be weak. It was obvious that 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters were not qualified enough to step onto this battlefield, so the 6th Order should be the lowest limit. After giving it some thought, though, Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink disciples in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm might have experienced a situation similar to Meng-Chi's. Meng-Chi's strength had fallen sharply because he sacrificed a part of his small universe in the past. Although he barely managed to maintain his cultivation of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he could not display the proper strength of a 7th Order master. If he had continued to sacrifice parts of his small universe, though, then there was a high possibility that his order would have regressed. These Black Ink disciples in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm might have been created in such a manner. They could have originally been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, or even the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but after repeatedly sacrificing parts of their small universe, their order declined to its current state. That was the only reasonable explanation for this situation. Faced with these black ink disciples, Yang Kai did not stir up any trouble with them, although he really wanted to use his purifying light to dispel the black ink strength in their bodies and restore their original self. Doing so would only cause more trouble right now. Fortunately, the black ink disciples had no intention of attacking each other either. The black ink disciples might be under the command of different black ink clansmen, but the only reason they entered this sealed world was to search for treasures that would be useful to them. Without the orders of their black ink clan masters, they rarely bothered to confront each other. After all, such actions were meaningless. The reason why Meng Qi had tried to silence Yang Kai was mainly to prevent the latter from exposing the existence of the profound Yin spirit fruit to others. This treasure was extremely rare and precious. More importantly, the spirit fruit was very useful for repairing a damaged small universe. What's more, the Black Ink clansmen themselves hoped that the Black Ink disciples under their command would become as strong as possible. Only then could they gain more achievements in the war. Why else would they allow the Black Ink disciples under their command enter the sealed world for exploration before they made their move? They would have devoured the world force as soon as they discovered the sealed world if they didn't have such calculations. The entrance was a void crack that could not be considered small, as it was as big as a house. Once Yang Kai stepped through this entrance, he would arrive at the Black Ink battlefield. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was in no rush to leave after arriving at this place. He did not know what was waiting for him outside. However, according to Meng Qi, there were at least a few Black Ink feudal lords waiting outside. That was not good news for him. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai watched as several Black Ink disciples rushed out of the entrance and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, he lurked in hiding and waited patiently. He used exile to hide himself in the void so that both his figure and aura were completely concealed. With his current attainments in the Tao of Space, there was no risk of exposing his whereabouts as long as nobody was deliberately searching his hiding spot. Another day passed when all of a sudden, ripples spread out from the entrance. Yang Kai, who had been watching the entrance for movements all this while, immediately raised his brow and paid close attention. These ripples clearly indicated that somebody was passing through the entrance. Since nobody was exiting the sealed world at this moment, then it could only be that someone was entering from the outside. A few days ago, Yang Kai had formed a vague plan when he heard that the feudal lords are going to enter the sealed world to devour its world force. It was obviously inappropriate for him to brazenly walk out of the sealed world, as the other Black Ink disciples would surely head to the side of their respective masters when they exited. If he went out and revealed that he was alone, he would surely be targeted by the Black Ink clan immediately. Things would inevitably become very troublesome if that were to happen. In that case, he simply needed to wait until the Black Ink clan entered the sealed world. He would not stand out if he left this place after the Black Ink clan entered. The ripples continued to spread outward, and a short while later, a tall and strong figure stepped out from the void crack. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and watched. In truth, this was only his second time seeing a Black Ink clansman in person. This individual was different compared to the Black Ink royal lord he met in Black Territory last time. Judging by the external appearance of this Black Ink clansman who barged into the sealed world from the outside, he did not look very different from a human. There were no traces of any monster beast features, but his physique was several times larger than what would be considered normal. With his size, he could be considered a small giant. Yang Kai estimated that he would only reach the knees of this Black Ink clansman if he were to stand in front of the other party. What stood out the most was that this Black Ink clansman's skin was completely pitch black. His entire body also seemed to be enveloped in a dense layer of black ink strength. Only his eyes shone brightly like two great suns. They were a huge deterrent to others. This was a Black Ink feudal lord comparable to a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. After the Black Ink clansman, resembling a small giant, entered, He looked around for a bit and was quickly attracted by the rich world force in this land. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a look of intoxication. The ripples continued to spread outward behind him. It didn't take long before another small giant figure stepped out of the void crack, followed closely by another figure. A total of 6 feudal lords entered the sealed world at the same time. From their outer appearance, for seemed to be male while the other 2 were female. Yang Kai did not dare to continue watching, lest he revealed his whereabouts. Exile might be an excellent concealment technique, but he could not afford to be careless. After the 6 feudal lords arrived in this place, one of them spoke in a thunderous voice. "Let's split up and act independently. We will be able to eat our fill this time." The sound of something slicing through the air rang out in the next moment, and the 6 figures sped off in different directions. It was evident that they were preparing to devour the world force of this sealed world. Yang Kai waited in place for a short while. After confirming that no other Black Ink clansmen were going to enter, his body flickered and he rushed towards the entrance. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he plunged directly into the void crack. In the next moment, the world spun around him and he appeared in an unfamiliar void. Before he could react, though, his entire body went stiff. That was because numerous divine senses had locked onto him from all directions, making him feel as though he had thorns stabbing him in the back. The power of his small universe automatically surged around him in response. Looking around, his expression became solemn. There were countless figures standing nearby. Divided into 6 different camps, they surrounded the entrance, so tightly that not a drop of water could pass. There were many people among these 6 groups of people. Some had 7 or 8 members, while others had only 2 or 3. Moreover, many of them were familiar faces. These were the Black Ink disciples Yang Kai leave through the void crack over the past few days. It was clear that they had been in no hurry to leave after exiting the sealed world. On the contrary, they had waited for their masters to enter the sealed world and were now keeping watch outside while their masters were inside. These 6 groups of people corresponded with the 6 feudal lords from before. Thus, Yang Kai immediately panicked, as he did not belong to any one of them. Fortunately, these Black Ink disciples showed no intention of doing anything. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and dodged out of the encirclement from below, immediately shifting his body to escape into the distance. There was no other choice. After waiting for so many days, the Black Ink clan feudal lords finally entered the sealed world. If Yang Kai did not leave now, his situation would only become more dangerous. As for whether the Black Ink disciples would suspect anything after his sudden departure, he could not afford to care. Even if he was being suspected, he could only flee. Yang Kai could clearly sense the numerous gazes staring into his back, like leeches hanging onto him during his escape. Fortunately for him, the Black Ink disciples had no intention of taking action. It was not until he disappeared from their field of vision that they finally retracted their gazes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4918, E5. The void was vast, mysterious, and silent. Based on appearances alone, the Black Ink battlefield was not that different from the 3,000 worlds. However, Yang Kai could sense that dangers lurked around every corner here. Numerous continents and spirit provinces were scattered across the void. They contained faint traces of activity, so he did not dare to approach those places and avoided them from a distance. From what he could see from a distance, those lands overflowed with Black Ink strength, regardless of whether they were big or small. Yang Kai's current position was located deep within the domain controlled by the Black Ink clan. If he wanted to head towards the nearest great pass under the control of the cave heavens and paradises, then he predicted that he would need to travel for at least 10 to 20 days nonstop. Moreover, there was no guarantee that his journey would be smooth sailing. Nobody could say for certain what kind of dangers he might face along the way. Mengchi had assumed that it would be impossible for Yang Kai to safely arrive at the nearest great pass, and there were 2 reasons for this. One of the reasons was Yang Kai's low cultivation. The other reason was that he had a much better understanding of the situation compared to Yang Kai. Even when he was in his prime, under the same conditions as Yang Kai, it would have been impossible for Meng Qi to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory. Be that as it may, he had not discouraged Yang Kai in the slightest. A person should not give up hope after all. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted towards a strange scene in the distance. There was a huge spirit province stretched out across the void ahead, in addition to an extremely bizarre existence on top of the spirit province. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the strange object resembled an enormous flower bud. It was just that the entire entity was pitch black and gave off an extremely sinister feeling. What's more, the flower bud seemed to be alive. With every minuscule rise and fall of the petals, concentrated black ink strength would gush out from within the bud and spread out in all directions. It might be due to the existence of this strange flower bud, but black ink strength permeated the void surrounding the spirit province for tens of thousands of kilometers. What is that? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Meng Qi had not told him about anything like this. In any case, he did not dare to carelessly approach and investigate the situation. It was a pity that he could not figure out anything after observing from afar and could only continue his escape. Although he did not encounter any danger during his journey, the void was not a safe place. Yang Kai would occasionally come across large patches of black ink strength residue that resembled black ink clouds during his journey. He finally understood why Meng Qi had not escaped with him. Meng Qi was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but his small universe was incomplete. An incomplete small universe meant that there were flaws to be exploited. Even if he could safely come out from the sealed world, it would be very easy for him to become corrupted by the black ink strength again in this environment. The consequences would be dire if something like that were to happen. At the very least, Yang Kai would be forced to fight him. The hinterland of the Black Ink clan was not a place where ordinary cultivators could remain for long. Without a treasure like one of the 4 universe pillars, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was at risk of being corrupted by the ambient Black Ink strength at any moment. On the other hand, both the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples took to this environment like ducks to water. Yang Kai traveled in hiding, so his progress was very slow, but that could not be helped. According to Meng Qi, his current status was that of a servant without a master. People like him were easily targeted by the Black Ink clan. They either wanted to recruit him as their servant or regarded him as food. There was no other option. For that reason, Yang Kai did not dare to meet any Black Ink clansman and constantly monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. The slightest rustling of grass or the gentlest breeze was enough to put him on guard. Unfortunately, despite his caution, it was impossible to control everything around him. One day, Yang Kai was traveling forward when a large and luxurious ship came towards him from afar. The Black Ink clan also had flight-type artifacts of their own. They themselves might not be proficient in artifact refining, but there were many talented people among the Black Ink disciples. It was not unreasonable for a small number of people to be capable of refining some flight-type artifacts. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had seen many of the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts. They came in all shapes and sizes, with the one in front of him right now being pretty normal in comparison. Some of the flight-type artifacts came in extremely odd shapes, after all. However, there was no exception to one thing. The Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts were always very large. Yang Kai could understand the reasoning behind this particular aspect. Inside the sealed world, he had discovered that the 6 Black Ink feudal lords were each the size of small giants. They were several times larger than normal humans, so it was only natural that their flight-type artifacts were larger too. More importantly, most of these enormous flight-type artifacts had at least one Black Ink clan master on board. Seeing this situation right now, How could Yang Kai dare to sit around twiddling his thumbs? He looked around him for a moment before manipulating space principles. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Be that as it may, he did not dare to use instantaneous movement over a large distance, since he was not familiar with the terrain in this region. It would be self-defeating if he accidentally barged into a place where he should not enter. Therefore, the destination was a black ink cloud in his field of vision. There were many such black ink clouds in the void, so it was very easy for him to hide in them. Moreover, Yang Kai had always avoided the Black Ink Clan's flight-type artifacts in the same manner whenever he encountered any of them in the past. The passing Black Ink Clansmen generally could not be bothered to poke around seriously. After all, there was not much that could pose a danger to them in this place, and black ink clouds could be found anywhere. Unfortunately, Yang Kai seemed to have used up all his luck. He had only just transported himself into the black ink cloud when he noticed that something was wrong. It turned out that there were several auras hidden within the black ink cloud. Seeming to notice his sudden intrusion, they immediately surrounded him from all directions. The sudden turn of events startled Yang Kai, but he was surrounded by those people before he could use space principles again. At the same time, numerous divine senses also locked onto his body. 2 6th-order and 2 5th-order masters. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, deducing his opponent's cultivation from the energy fluctuations coming from around him. Not only were they open heaven realm masters, but they also appeared in this place. There was no doubt that they were black ink disciples. It would have been bad enough if those people consisted only of black ink disciples, but the key point was that black ink disciples would never stray far from their master's side under normal circumstances. In other words, the master of these 4 black ink disciples was definitely within this very black ink cloud as well. Sure enough, when these 4 people surrounded Yang Kai, an enormous figure stepped out from the depths of the black ink cloud and slowly came to stand in front of him. This person looked down at Yang Kai from above with a look of curiosity mixed with faint surprise in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately felt a bitter taste filling his entire mouth. He was tempted to attack and ruthlessly eliminate the black ink disciples and the black ink clansmen in front of him. However, he was worried about the shit that was passing by nearby. 2 6th-order and 2 5th-order black ink disciples were nothing in his eyes, and the black ink clansmen did not seem to be particularly powerful either. At the very least, he did not give Yang Kai any sense of oppression. It was incomparable to the feudal lords that he had encountered before at least. Unfortunately, there was bound to be a feudal lord aboard the ship he had just seen. If Yang Kai stirred up chaos here, the other side would surely be alerted to the commotion and approach to investigate. There would be endless troubles in the future if Yang Kai could not cut weeds and pull out roots related to this matter. In any case, it was impossible to run at this point. A black ink disciple who was brave enough to escape after coming into contact with a black ink clansman, that in itself was an issue worth investigating. Among all the black ink disciples Yang Kai had encountered before, every one of them prioritized the black ink clan above all else. If he made a move here, then his actions would inevitably lead to an endless pursuit. Yang Kai suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and forced a trace of trepidation onto his face. Under the gaze of the black ink clansman, he seemed to take a few steps back in fear. The black ink clansman studied Yang Kai with interest and asked, "Where did he come from?" A sturdy 6th-order open heaven realm master beside the black ink clansman answered, "I don't know. He suddenly intruded into this place." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he interrogated Yang Kai on behalf of the black ink clansman. "Where are you from? Who is your master?" Yang Kai's thoughts swirled around in his head, but he responded without hesitation, "I came from the battlefield. I don't have a master." Since the Black Ink clan had been fighting with the cave heavens and paradises for so long, the front lines of the battlefield must be extremely fierce. Although Yang Kai had never experienced such a battle before, he could guess that many people were corrupted by the black ink strength and become black ink disciples during each clash. These black ink disciples were generally all alone with no support, and it was naturally impossible for them to return to the great pass guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. So their only option was to escape into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan in search of protection. That was the explanation that Yang Kai came up with along his journey. He had prepared this explanation just in case something went wrong, but he never expected his preparations would actually come in handy. It was just that he did not know if there was anything suspicious about his statement. Fortunately, neither the Black Ink clansman, who resembled a small giant, nor the Black Ink disciples showed any doubts after listening to his explanation. The Black Ink clansman even showed a look of great joy and spoke in a voice that rumbled thunderously, "What good luck! I can't believe I came across such a huge blessing." While speaking, his large hand loomed from above and stretched out towards Yang Kai's head. "Since you don't have a master, then I will be your master from now on." Yang Kai forced himself to remain still and did not dodge aside because he did not sense any murderous intent coming from the Black Ink clansman. What's more, this Black Ink clansman only had 2 6th-order and 2 5th-order Black Ink disciples under his command. It could be inferred that he probably did not enjoy a particularly high identity or status, so a 6th-order master like Yang Kai would be attractive to him. A gigantic hand covered the top of Yang Kai's head. Then thick black ink strength gushed out to envelope Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move a single muscle. The black ink strength that invaded his small universe was suppressed and sealed by the world spring. At the same time, he covertly allowed the black ink strength to cover his eyes at just the right time, and his body trembled slightly. A short while later, the Black Ink clansman withdrew his hand. Sweeping his gaze over Yang Kai, he nodded lightly to himself as though he was very satisfied with the results. "From now on, your name will be—" Halfway through a sentence, he suddenly seemed confused. He scratched his face and asked one of the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples, "What is he called?" The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple answered respectfully, "E5." "Ah, that's right. E5. The Black Ink clansman sneered disdainfully and seemed a little impatient. "You humans are so troublesome." Yang Kai did not know why he suddenly received a new name, but he could only accept it passively. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple seemed to notice Yang Kai's doubts. Pointing at himself, he explained, "I am called A1. Then he pointed to the others and introduced them. "B2, C3, D4. Yang Kai immediately felt speechless when he realized how they were named. It was most likely that the Black Ink clansman could not be bothered to remember his servants' names, so he came up with such a simple method of identifying them. It might even have been suggested by the Black Ink disciples themselves. A1 and B2 were both in the 6th-order Open Heaven realm, while C3 and D4 were in the 5th-order Open Heaven realm. B2 was a middle-aged man with a clean and beardless face. C3 was a woman with a bloated body, and D4 was a short old man. Yang Kai could not tell which cave heavens or paradises these people came from. But regardless of their origins, they probably used to be elites in their respective sects who came to the Black Ink battlefield with the determination to fight and die if need be. However, they had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength and currently served under the Black Ink clan as slaves. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4919, Quang Fong Estate. That was a very sad but inevitable ending. Such occurrences were nothing new on the Black Ink battlefield. It was also the reason why Lu Mu once stated that those who crossed the no-return pass only had 2 futures waiting for them: die at the hands of the Black Ink clan, or die at the hands of their comrades. There were no other options besides these 2. The Black Ink clansman examined Yang Kai, who had been named E5. "What order are you in?" Yang Kai activated the power of his small universe. Pretending to be respectful, he answered politely, "The 6th-order Open Heaven realm." The Black Ink clansman raised his thick eyebrow and broke out in a savage grin. "Very good." It was clear he was very satisfied with Yang Kai's strength. "Let's go." After that, he gestured with his large hand and took the lead to step out of the black ink cloud. One, and the others quickly followed behind. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and hurried to keep up with them. Nevertheless, he was feeling extremely frustrated inside. With the current situation, it was temporarily impossible for him to head towards the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. He could only take one step at a time. The black ink disciples all had different personalities. A1, B2, and C3 seemed rather reserved and quiet, but the short old man named D was very talkative. Quietly dropping behind the others, he traveled side by side with Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, which cave heaven or paradise did you come from?" Yang Kai turned sideways to look at the short old man. Then he glanced forward at the black ink clansman in front. D smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Our master is very easygoing. The black ink clan is similar to us in that they all have their own distinct temperaments. You'll be fine as long as you diligently finish whatever task master commands you to do. He will not restrict you during other times." He seemed to think that Yang Kai was scared of the black ink clansman, which was why he explained the circumstances. After all, it was only natural for a person who had just gotten a new master to experience a period of adaptation. Thinking back to the time when he first became a black ink disciple, he too had been very cautious. He felt like he was constantly walking on thin ice, scared that he might be punished for making a mistake. It was just that he had relaxed considerably after working for his current master for so long. "Senior, which sect did you hail from?" Yang Kai countered the question with a question of his own instead. He had to tell himself over and over again that the black ink disciples often seemed no different from usual on the surface, even though they had been corrupted by black ink strength. It could be seen just by looking at the behavior of D4. Before being corrupted by the black ink, this old man had probably also been very talkative. The reason Yang Kai did not answer was that he feared he might name the same cave heaven or paradise as the other party and accidentally make a mistake. D smiled and said, "There's no need to bother with formalities. Just call me by my name. This old master comes from 9 Stars Paradise." Yang Kai was familiar with the 9 Stars Paradise. After all, he had interacted with the foreign affairs envoy of 9 Stars Paradise in the star boundary. The truth was that he really wanted to ask which cave heaven or paradise the others came from, but it was difficult for him to ask any questions if D did not take the initiative to mention the subject. Thus he could only steel himself and report, "I came from Inyang Cave Heaven." Out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai saw that none of the others had much of a reaction. He was relieved by their response, as it would seem that none of them came from Inyang Cave Heaven. D showed a look of realization. "Inyang Cave Heaven, that's a good place." Yang Kai was reluctant to speak further regarding this subject, as saying too much could result in a mistake. So he swiftly changed the subject. "Where are we going?" "The Fierce Wind Estate." D replied, "Our master can be considered part of the Fierce Wind Estate, so we have to go there." Yang Kai's eyes flashed slightly before asking in a low voice, "Is master a high-rank black ink clansman?" The Fierce Wind Estate that D mentioned was most likely the territory of a black ink feudal lord. In that case, a black ink clansman who not only served under a feudal lord but was also quite strong could only be a high-rank black ink clansman. Yang Kai originally guessed that this black ink clansman was equivalent to a 6th order open heaven realm master in terms of strength, and it would seem he was correct. D also nodded in affirmation. Master is indeed a high-rank black ink clansman. Along the way, Yang Kai casually chatted with D and discovered that the situation was just as D described. The black ink clansman was relatively easy to get along with. Even though he noticed his servants chattering away behind him, he showed no intention to stop them. Although Yang Kai's murderous intent surged countless times, he did not dare to act rashly. This place was the hinterland of the Black Ink clan. and if he was not careful, he would easily expose his identity. What's more, he would occasionally come across other black ink clansmen every once in a while. There were not many chances for him to take action, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. A few days later, a patch of land covered in black ink clouds appeared in their field of vision. It was an incredibly enormous spirit province with dense black ink clouds that permeated the void for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai once saw an object in the void that was similar to a huge flower bud from a distance. There was one on the spirit province too, and it stood tall in the middle of the spirit province. When the flower bud relaxed and opened, dense black ink strength gushed out from within. D4, who had been traveling side by side with Yang Kai all this while, quietly poked Yang Kai in the arm. This is Fierce Wind Estate, and the feudal lord in charge is named Kwang Fong. A look of realization appeared on Yang Kai's face. A feudal lord was a black ink clansman equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. What is that? Unable to suppress the questions in his heart, Yang Kai asked a question while staring at the black flower bud. D4 glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Don't you know about the black ink nests? Yang Kai had already prepared his excuse in advance. It has not been long since I came to the black ink battlefield, so I don't know much. D4 understood and explained. Black ink nests are the foundation of the black ink clan. It is also the place where black ink clansmen come from. Therefore, all black ink nests are extremely important to the black ink clan. Yang Kai's expression froze. That's the place where the black ink clan come from. He had caught a glimpse of many black ink nests throughout his journey. If a black ink nest could give birth to black ink clansmen, then how could the black ink clan be annihilated completely? He couldn't help asking in puzzlement. The black ink clan are born from this. D4 nodded. The black ink clan do not have any reproductive ability whatsoever. All of them are born from the black ink nests. Moreover, the black ink nests have the ability to devour everything in existence. No matter the object, it can be transformed into nutrients for the black ink nests as long as they contain energy. Once there are enough nutrients, a black ink clansman will be born and black ink strength will be released. The black ink strength is the foundation for increasing the cultivation of the black ink clansmen. Of course, they also love to devour world force, as doing so will improve their cultivation greatly. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and stared deeply in the direction of the black ink nest. During their conversation, they arrived above the Fierce Wind Estate. This place was overflowing with black ink strength. An entire world seemed to be shrouded in shadows. There were large buildings scattered throughout the Fierce Wind Estate. These buildings were built in a crude and rough style, which clearly showcased the nature of the black ink clan. That was not difficult to understand, though, as many black ink clansmen had a large stature, so it was not surprising that their buildings were also big. Along the wide and spacious streets, large black ink clansmen came and went. There were many of them, while most of them traveled alone. Some of them were accompanied by their servants. Be that as it may, their numbers were not high. Some only had one, while others had 2 or 3 servants with them. It was very rare to see a black ink clansman with 5 servants like Yang Kai's situation. For that reason, the black ink clansman walking in front attracted lots of attention everywhere he went. Moreover, many of those gazes were filled with envy. This situation caused the leading black ink clansman to become increasingly proud. He walked with an air of arrogance, as though nobody in the world was superior to him. Yang Kai looked around, and his expression showed some uncertainty. That was because he discovered that there were buildings similar to shops lining both sides of the street. In addition, there was a wide assortment of items being sold, many of which were actually resources needed for the cultivation of human cultivators. The black ink clan does business. After holding back for a long time, Yang Kai finally couldn't take it and secretly asked D4 about this matter. Deefor smiled and said, "These items are naturally useless to the Black Ink clan, but they are useful to us. We may serve as master servants, and our lives may lie in his hands. But it will also benefit Master if our strength improves. We can help him gain more servants on the battlefield, help him devour more world force, and ensure his safety. Therefore, we will also benefit if we serve a good master, as they will help us improve our strength." That was the same reason why Black Ink disciples like Meng Qi were allowed to enter the sealed world before the Black Ink clan. Meng Qi also mentioned that the Black Ink clan wanted the Black Ink disciples under their command to be as strong as possible. In any case, it was impossible for the Black Ink disciples to betray their masters once they were corrupted by Black Ink strength, so their loyalty would never be an issue. That was why the Black Ink disciples were allowed to enter the sealed world first, so that they could search for treasures and improve their strength. Only after that would the Black Ink feudal lords enter the sealed world to devour the world force. However, Yang Kai focused on something else instead. Something Deefor said had given him the hope of escaping from the Black Ink clan. All Black Ink clansmen were bound to return to the battlefield sooner or later. So, as long as he waited patiently, he would eventually find a chance to escape or kill them when he followed them out to war. Then he could meet up with the masters from the cave heavens and paradises and head for the nearest great pass. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, all the worries that had been plaguing him immediately disappeared. Yang Kai knew that what he needed to do now was to wait patiently until the opportunity to follow the Black Ink clan onto the battlefield came. Meanwhile, Deefor was still chattering away. Also, Master currently lacks a flight-type artifact. If he wants to obtain one, he has to buy the materials and hire somebody to refine the artifact for him. Nonetheless, their businesses are not only for Black Ink disciples like us. The Black Ink clan themselves also have business dealings among each other. Yang Kai nodded in response. During their conversation, the Black Ink clansman led them into a shop. Inside the shop, another Black Ink clansman greeted him. They seemed to be familiar with each other and chatted happily for a while. Yang Kai looked around and found that the store had everything, including artifacts for cultivators, pills, and even some high-quality cultivation resources. These items were common in the 3,000 worlds. What attracted his attention were numerous objects the size of a head that resembled crystal balls. There were not many of these objects, only a dozen or so in total. Moreover, they were placed in the most conspicuous locations. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, there were already several Black Ink clansmen gathered around the crystal balls. They were scrutinizing these balls with greedy expressions, as though they were very useful to them. Yang Kai glanced at the crystal balls, but could not figure out anything from them. All he could see was that something was flowing within them. Secretly releasing his divine sense, he investigated the crystal balls and immediately frowned in response. Although he did not dare to be presumptuous, in that moment of investigation, he seemed to have noticed an extremely intense world force inside the crystal ball. "Be careful." Deefor noticed his actions and quickly warned him. In a place where the Black Ink clan was gathered, there was a high possibility of provoking an ill-tempered Black Ink clansman by suddenly releasing his divine sense to probe the surroundings. If that were to happen, their Black Ink clan master would not defend them. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4920, World Sphere. Fortunately, Yang Kai had acted very carefully just now. His divine sense had retracted after a brief touch. Although the Black Ink clansmen around the crystal balls detected what he did, they couldn't be bothered to care. "What are those?" Yang Kai asked softly. Deefor's expression became rather complicated as he lowered his voice and answered, "World spheres. They contain large amounts of world force in them." "World force?" Yang Kai raised his brow with a look of astonishment. It was his first time hearing that world force could be sealed into a container. Judging from the appearance of the so-called world spheres, they were clearly refined artifacts. Many open heaven realm masters die in each battle. After these open heaven realm masters die, their world forces will disperse. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clansmen can devour and refine the world force on the spot. However, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. If they greedily try to devour the world force, then and there they will most likely encounter various dangers. Besides, the Black Ink clan is not allowed to devour and refine world force at will during a battle. There is a group of people on the battlefield who are specially tasked with collecting and sealing world force inside world spheres. These world spheres are considered treasures to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's heart was heavy when he heard those words, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. These world spheres had never been seen in the 3,000 worlds because they were useless to cultivators. On the other hand, the world force sealed within these items was very useful to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai believed that these items were artifacts specially developed by Black Ink disciples who were proficient in artifact refining. After all, the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans on the Black Ink battlefield had been ongoing for countless years. It was highly probable that some bizarre objects had been produced as a result. During their conversation, they saw a Black Ink clansman completing a negotiation with a seller. Then he took out a large handful of pitch-black round objects that resembled copper coins. After handing these coins over, he casually reached out to grab a world sphere and strode out of the shop. Yang Kai was astonished. Does the Black Ink clan have their own currency? D4 nodded. Black Ink coins. They have no value and cannot be used to cultivate, but they are used by the Black Ink clan for trading. Every Black Ink coin is produced by a royal lord, so they have the mark of that royal lord and cannot be replicated. Yang Kai exclaimed in wonder. If they are worthless and cannot be used to cultivate, then what is the significance of the Black Ink coins? Open heaven pills were the primary currency in the 3,000 worlds, and any kind of resources could be valued in terms of them. That was because open heaven pills were spirit pills used by open heaven realm masters in their cultivation. Anything that was used in circulation should have its own intrinsic value. D for laughed. If they are in circulation, then there must be a reason. Let's put it this way. If a Black Ink clansman spends a certain amount of Black Ink coins, then they can enter a Black Ink nest to cultivate. You should know that Black Ink nests are the place where those from the Black Ink clan are born. Hence, entering the Black Ink nest is like returning to their mother's womb. It is very beneficial for the improvement of their cultivation. Furthermore, if they want to advance, the advancement must be done inside a Black Ink nest. Only then did Yang Kai understand. Black Ink coins might not have any value on their own, but they could be used to purchase things the Black Ink clan required. That made Black Ink coins valuable. Just the fact that their advancement had to be done inside a Black Ink nest was enough to make the entire Black Ink clan gather these Black Ink coins. Did Master come here to buy a world sphere? Yang Kai saw the Black Ink clansmen who brought them here lingering around the world spheres and constantly haggling with the seller over the price. It was easy to guess the other party's intentions. D for shrugged nonchalantly. He probably can't afford one. Their master was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman whose strength was equivalent to a 6th order open heaven realm master. Even if he had some Black Ink coins, what he had was not enough to pay for a world sphere. As D had been serving under this Black Ink clansman for a long time, he was familiar with the other party's finances. Sure enough, despite his efforts, the Black Ink clansman eventually shook his head in disappointment and led Yang Kai and the others out of the shop. Yang Kai secretly laughed to himself. Looks like my master is poor. After leading Yang Kai and the others out of the shop, the Black Ink clansman walked in a certain direction without stopping. D4, who had always been a chatterbox, fell silent all of a sudden. In fact, Yang Kai had the feeling that D4 was rather nervous about something. It was not just D4 alone. A1 and the others also showed the same reactions. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. He did not understand what was making them so nervous. It didn't take long before the Black Ink Clansmen led Yan Kai and the others to a gathering place bustling with people. Even before approaching the area, Yan Kai detected the violent collision of world forces coming from that direction. There seemed to be several masters fighting each other. Moreover, the battle was extremely fierce. The explosions of their battle rang out incessantly, and blinding rays of light flashed out from time to time. Are fights allowed within this fierce wind estate? Yan Kai was absolutely bewildered. It had to be said that there were rules at any place where cultivators gathered in the 3,000 worlds that basically prohibited personal fights. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan did not seem to prevent such occurrences. The place of battle was a large, basin-like crater in the ground with a radius of several hundreds of meters. Even so, this space seemed relatively small for both parties participating in the fight. That was because the ones fighting in the crater were 2 sixth-order masters. In addition, there was a barrier array that formed a semicircular light dome over the crater. The light barrier was extremely powerful, so even though both parties participating in battle were attacking furiously, they could not deal any damage to it. Many large Black Ink Clansmen stood around the crater. Not all the Black Ink Clansmen resembled humans that were enlarged several times, though. Many of them had peculiar and bizarre appearances. Some of them even looked completely like monster beasts. That was something Yan Kai had already noticed when he first arrived at the Fierce Wind Estate. The giant humanoid appearance seemed to be considered mainstream among the Black Ink clan, followed by some having monster beast appearances. There were numerous others, some intense and grotesque, some perfectly ordinary. The Black Ink Clansmen standing around the crater were showing expressions of great interest, as though they were watching 2 ferocious beasts fighting each other. They even cheered loudly from time to time. When Yan Kai and the others arrived, both parties participating in the fight had reached the stage where who lived and who died would be decided. They attacked each other mercilessly as divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out. The violent forces within the crater ran rampant, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. Yan Kai looked down for a while and sighed inwardly. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise these 2 sixth-order masters fighting below were originally from. They might have held lofty positions once, or even knew each other in the past, maybe even fought side by side before. In the end, though, they had fallen to the state. It was truly a sorrowful sight. Unfortunately, Yan Kai was powerless to stop this. There was nothing he could do to interfere in this spectacle. He could only watch silently. "Nguyen, are you here to benefit me again?" A snide voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yan Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a tall Black Ink Clansman smiling in their direction. There were several Open Heaven Realm masters surrounding that Black Ink Clansman, probably his Black Ink disciples. The Black Ink Clansman who led Yan Kai and the others here coldly snorted at those words. "It's uncertain who will benefit who. Lanya, don't boast so shamelessly." It was only at this moment that Yan Kai realized his master was called Nguyen. Although he had been traveling with his master for several days, the Black Ink Clansman had not taken the initiative to reveal his own name. Unfortunately, he was not in the position to ask N.D., for had not told him the name of their master either. It would seem that Nguyen had a grudge against this Black Ink Clansman named Lanya. Otherwise, they would not have gotten into a dispute as soon as they encountered each other. Whether or not my words are shameless boasting, you will know after you try. Lanya remained, smiling slightly. Nguyen nodded coldly and agreed. Good. As soon as those words came out, Yan Kai distinctly noticed the expressions of D, and the others becoming more solemn and anxious. After combining everything he had seen so far, he vaguely formed a guess in his heart. The winner was soon decided among the 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting below. Their capabilities were not very different from each other, so they were basically equals in terms of strength. However, there seemed to be a distinct gap in their combat experiences. The one who had a deeper understanding of battle obtained the victory. Even though he paid a price, he succeeded in defeating his opponent. When the small universe collapsed, world force dispersed into the surroundings. A world sphere was thrown into the crater at just the right moment. Following the flash of a blinding light, the scattered world force was absorbed and sealed inside the world sphere. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple who won was covered in blood, and one of his arms had been chopped off at the shoulder, but he endured the pain and cast a secret technique to stop the bleeding. When the world sphere finished absorbing all the dissipating world force, the Black Ink disciple reached out his hand to grab the world sphere. Then he came over to one of the Black Ink clansmen standing outside the crater, knelt down on one knee, quickly reporting, "Master, fortunately I did not fail my mission." The Black Ink clansman lowered his head to look at the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple and nodded lightly, "Very good." Reaching out his hand, he placed the world sphere into his space ring and sent the Sixth Order Black Ink disciple to rest. With that, the crater became unoccupied, and Lang Ye turned to look at Nguyen. "Shall we have a warm-up first?" Nguyen had no objections and nodded in agreement. "Good." Lang Ye asked again, "Just a bout, or a death match?" Nguyen's eyes overflowed with rage and hostility. "Of course, it will be a death match." "Bold indeed." Lang Ye immediately turned to look at the Black Ink disciples beside him and reached out to point at one of them. "You go!" The Black Ink disciple who was picked out by Lang Ye was a fair-faced young man whose expression remained calm as he jumped down into the crater. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from him, he was probably in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nguyen turned to look at A1 and the others. His gaze flickered between C3 and D4 for a moment, then he pointed at D4. "You go!" Despite his uneasy expression, D4 cupped his fist respectfully. "Yes." It was impossible for Black Ink disciples to refuse the commands from their masters. The only thing they could do was show complete obedience. Yang Kai finally understood why D4 had been so nervous since earlier. D4 had clearly known that Nguyen would bring them to this kind of place and that he might have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Although Black Ink disciples were willing to offer up everything to their masters, no one would be fearless in the face of death. Both participating parties did not exchange any pleasantries with each other. It could even be said that the opponent cast a secret technique to attack as soon as D4 flew into the crater. An impressive sword light slashed towards him from the front as world force surged fiercely. In response, D4 hastily took action to defend himself. D4 was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and so was his opponent. Although their cultivation was one order lower than the previous battle, the intensity of their battle was not inferior in any way. The opponent was obviously proficient in the sword Dao. With the long sword in his hand, he covered the entire sky with a curtain of sword light. On the other hand, the artifact in D4's hands was a pair of daggers. In the first place, he had always been small-sized but agile. His figure floundered under the fierce onslaught from his opponent, and his situation looked very precarious. Martial Peak. Chapter 49-21 Deathmatch. Yang Kai watched for a while, but soon discovered that it should not be difficult for D4 to win this battle because the latter was clearly much stronger than his opponent. That was indeed the case. Following an intense battle, the opponent's momentum gradually declined and D4 grasped the opportunity to rush forward, using his twin daggers to slice a bright arc through the air as he brushed past his opponent. The battle subsided in a single moment. When D4 turned around, a crimson line of blood appeared on his opponent's neck. Immediately after that, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, and a powerful force sent his opponent's head flying into the sky. The headless corpse swayed slightly and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Nguyen laughed loudly. Stretching out his hand, he tossed a world sphere into the arena. The world force escaping from the dead Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immediately absorbed and sealed within the world sphere. D for held the world sphere in both hands. Then his short figure flickered several times. He came to stand in front of Nu Yen and bowed his head. Master! Taking the world sphere, Nu Yen smiled and nodded. Very good. Langya, who was standing by the side, had an ugly expression on his face. Although he had several black ink disciples under his command, they did not come easily. How could he not feel pained after losing one of them? The muscles in his face twitched slightly as he shouted. Again. Nu Yen teased. Why don't we forget it and challenge each other again another day? Cease your nonsense. Langya had just lost one of his black ink disciples, so how could he be willing to back down now? He pointed at a sturdy middle-aged man beside him and shouted, You go! Upon hearing the command, the middle-aged man nodded and jumped into the crater in a flash. Langya glanced at Nu Yen with a provocative expression. If you're scared, you can leave. I won't force you. The Black Ink Clan was innately prideful, so how could Nu Yen admit that he was scared in front of such a large crowd? Giving a cold snort, he turned to look at A1 and B2. The opponent dispatched by Langya was a Sixth Order Black Ink disciple. Therefore, only A1 or B2 could face this opponent. After pondering in silence for a moment, he lifted his chin in a one's direction. Go! A1 silently cupped his fist before he turned around and stepped into the battlefield. Inside the crater, the two Sixth Order Black Ink disciples took their positions. Neither of them attacked immediately. Instead, they cupped their fists at each other in greeting. In the next moment, world force flared. They both simultaneously unleashed their divine abilities and secret techniques at each other as though they had discussed in advance. Like before, this battle was also very intense. Both parties attacked mercilessly. Many secret techniques shone brightly, and world force collided endlessly. Yang Kai watched for some time, but could not figure out who had the edge. Both the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters undoubtedly came from the cave heavens and paradises, and there was barely any difference between their strengths. It was similar to the first battle he had watched. In the end, the final winner would be decided by luck. Afterward, he turned to observe D4. The battle earlier had consumed a lot of D4's energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. As he had already battled once, the following battles would no longer involve him even if there were any. Hence, he was no longer as anxious and uneasy as before. His expression had relaxed considerably. Sensing Yang Kai's gaze on him, he took the initiative to explain, This is a gambling match between the Black Ink Clan. It's very common. You should watch carefully. There's no telling whether your turn might come in the future. I heard something about a life bout and a death match just now. Yang Kai spoke softly. What's the difference? D4 replied, Exactly as the name suggests. A death match does not end until one side is dead, just like my previous battle and the current battle. On the other hand, in a life bout, it's enough once a winner is determined. As our master servants, we are the pieces in the death match as well as the prize. When either side dies, the world force in their small universe will go to the winner. Meanwhile, in a life bout, both parties will agree upon a bet before the match. For example, betting on the ownership of the Black Ink Disciples, or simply betting with black ink coins. Yang Kai nodded lightly to indicate his understanding. Did you say that this kind of gambling is common among the Black Ink Clan? D4 shrugged nonchalantly. That's indeed the case. Didn't you notice how many people are gathered here? They all came here to gamble. The Black Ink Clan is quite fond of this activity. If the Black Ink Disciples under their command are strong enough, then they can obtain many benefits for their master. Don't be fooled by the fact that we are the master's servants. Many times, the strength of the servants also symbolizes the master's pride. The tide has to rise for the ship to sail after all. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Thank you for your instruction. D4 waved his hand. casually to indicate that it was okay. Then he suddenly furrowed his brow and solemnly looked down at the fight below. In such a short period of time, there seemed to have been some unexpected changes. A clear distinction had appeared between the two parties who were originally equal in strength. One was gradually being pushed back under the opponent's fierce onslaught. Nu Yan's expression immediately became tense. On the other hand, Lang Yi stood beside Nu Yan with a smirk on his face. He looked like somebody whose trick had succeeded. "That person is from Bright King, Cave Heaven," For suddenly exclaimed. His voice was neither loud nor soft. Although he looked like he was talking to Yang Kai, he was actually explaining the circumstances to Nu Yan. The people from Bright King, Cave Heaven mainly cultivate body tempering. "We've been tricked." Likewise, Yang Kai had also noticed that one's opponent inside the crater was from Bright King, Cave Heaven. He once came into contact with a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven named Su Wang in the Shattered Heaven. Later, a 7th Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven also came to Shattered Heaven and captured Blood Crow, Divine Monarch. Cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven had extremely tough bodies. Whenever they fought against others, they rarely used any artifacts, as their bodies were their greatest artifacts available. Be that as it may, one's opponent had only used secret techniques at the beginning of the battle. That was why nobody had noticed his origins. It was clearly one of the opponent's tactics. One was concentrating on a battle of secret techniques to decide the winner when his opponent suddenly rushed at him aggressively and launched a close combat assault. The sudden attack had taken him by surprise. In a fight between 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the slightest mistake could be fatal. After one fell into a disadvantage. He was steadily overwhelmed by his opponent and soon could only defend himself, becoming powerless to fight back. Although he wanted to put some distance between them, his opponent shadowed him closely like maggots on rotting bones. It was obvious that the opponent wanted to use his strong point against his enemy's weakness. "You cheated." Nu Yan suddenly turned to glare at Lang Yi and shouted through gritted teeth. Lang Yi chuckled. "How can one cheat in a fight between Black Ink disciples? Your slaves are simply too weak." Nu Yan was practically spitting fire from his eyes. How could he not know that he had fallen for the other party's tricks? Lang Yi first tricked him into complacency with the defeat of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then sent out a 6th Order Master to battle instead. It was obvious that the trap had been prepared for him, and he had walked right into it. The crater below might span several hundreds of meters, but that was far too little space for maneuvering in a battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters. They would not be able to display their full abilities at all. If this were a battle in the void where there was enough space around them, one might not necessarily have ended up in this situation. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the person with better close combat ability would be at a big advantage. Whether it was the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples, they all knew that a Black Ink disciple from Bright King, Cave Heaven, held an absolute advantage in this gambling arena. That was especially true if they managed to close in on their enemy. They could be said to be almost invincible under those circumstances. It was well known that nobody could defeat a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in this particular environment, unless they were also a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. That was why Black Ink disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were very sought after in the gambling arena. Furthermore, nobody would accept the challenge if a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven was sent into the arena. Lang Yi's provocation earlier had caused Nu Yan to carelessly send out one, his strongest 6th Order Black Ink disciple, without much consideration. It was not until this moment that he realized he had been tricked. Be that as it may, it was too late for regrets. It was impossible for Black Ink disciples to retreat from the gambling arena during a death match, regardless of the circumstances. In truth, A1 was very strong and had most likely been in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm in his prime. However, his opponent was equally powerful. Despite facing a barrage of secret techniques from A1, he neither dodged nor avoided the attacks and charged ahead like a mad beast on a rampage. A1 was flustered by this style of combat. What's more, there was a barrier covering the crater that prevented him from bringing out his full abilities. His strength was gradually being shaved away as a result. D for suddenly sighed, A1 is doomed. He might only be in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm now, but he had not lost his discerning eye. Besides, he was not the only person who could predict the outcome of the situation in the field. Anybody with the slightest insight would be able to tell that A1 was simply struggling in the throes of his imminent death. As one of Nu Yan's Black Ink disciples, D couldn't help feeling a little sad to see one struggling futilely against a fate that was already determined. Nu Yan's expression was becoming more and more ugly. On the other hand, Langya smiled extremely happily. The world sphere in his hand was already at the ready. Playing with it in his hands, he was ready to toss the world sphere into the crater to seal the world force at any moment. The sight of Lang Ya's behavior made the rage in Nu Yan's heart burn even hotter. Watching this battle made Yang Kai despondent, but there was nothing he could do, making him feel extremely vexed in his heart. After struggling for some time, A1's defenses were finally broken through by his opponent. His opponent immediately approached him up close. Even though he fought hard, A1 eventually lost to the indiscriminate bombardment of his opponent's iron fists. Fresh blood splattered across crater. Even A1's defensive artifact was broken to the point where its light grew dim. As those fists smashed his body fiercely, his aura swiftly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. A loud explosion filled the air as blood mist scattered across the sky. A1's body was gone, smashed to death. Meanwhile, his opponent landed lightly in the middle of the crater. He was soaked in blood that came from both himself and A1. It was a grotesque sight indeed. The entire arena was filled with cheers. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was very satisfied by this bloody scene. Langya threw his world sphere into the crater to absorb and seal the world force that originally belonged to A1. Then he immediately turned to look at Nu Yan. A third round. Nu Yan was silent. His originally pitch-black face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot. He might have won the first round, but that was just a fight between 5th Order masters. In contrast, he had lost a 6th Order Black Ink disciple in the second round. This was such a huge loss that he felt as though he picked up some sesame seeds only to lose a watermelon. Although Langya invited him to a third round, how could he possibly agree? Without counting Yang Kai, he only had 4 Black Ink disciples under his command in the first place. It was a blessing that he had picked up another Black Ink disciple on the way to the Fierce Wind Estate. Otherwise, this loss would have caused him distress for many years to come. It was not easy for them to obtain Black Ink disciples. First, a Black Ink clansman had to keep themselves safe on the battlefield. Then they had to release their Black Ink strength to corrupt a human cultivator. More importantly, even if the human cultivators were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, success was not guaranteed. Nu Yan had spent thousands of years just to build up his current heritage. So how could he carelessly squander it at will? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4922. Is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? For that reason, it was impossible for Nu Yan to accept Lang Ya's invitation for a third round, not unless there was something wrong with his head. Coldly snorting in response, Nu Yan turned to leave. I will continue to use this servant. You can send any of your men into battle. What do you think? Lang Ya's voice came from behind. Nu Yan froze and turned back to look at Lang Ya with a puzzled expression, as if asking, Are you speaking the truth? Lang Ya shrugged slightly, indicating that he was not joking. There were countless eyes on them, watching curiously as though enjoying a good show. Nu Yen immediately scowled upon hearing those words. Needless to say, there was nothing stopping him from leaving this place at this moment. Although he suffered a huge loss, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. The world force of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still useful to him, and picking E5 up along the way here had made up for the losses he sustained this time. However, if he left just like this, he would never be able to swallow the resentment in his heart. Lowering his head, Nu Yen looked into the crater. One might have been defeated and killed by the Bright King, Cave Heaven Cultivator, but he had not been completely powerless to fight back. His desperate resistance had also caused some injury to his opponent. In addition, the battle just now had consumed quite a lot of the Bright King, Cave Heaven Cultivator's strength. A one-on-one fight might have been impossible against him, but won't a series of continuous battles bring him down? It had to be said that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master below was a huge temptation to Nu Yen. The most important reason was that the resentment in his heart could be wiped clean in one go if he won. Seeing Nu Yan's hesitation, Langya immediately waved his hand dismissively and said, "Of course, you can leave if you're scared. There's no need to force yourself." He had said those words before. His statement had been a provocation earlier, and it remained a provocation now. It was just that his tone was completely different. He had spat out those words through gritted teeth earlier, but he was openly sneering now. Nu Yen had already been hesitating earlier, so he immediately made up his mind after being agitated by those words. Who's scared? But let's make it clear now. You don't get to regret your decision when you lose later. Langya nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't regret my decision. His expression was calm and relaxed, seeming to have great confidence in the black ink disciple under his command. Looking at Langya's reaction made Nu Yan's heart clench. He had the vague feeling that he had made a fool of himself again. Unfortunately, he had already agreed to the challenge and could no longer back out of his decision. If he refused the challenge now, he would only become the laughingstock of his clansmen. Gritting his teeth, Nu Yen gave B2 a questioning look. A1 was dead, so he could only count on B2 now. There was no denying that B2 was slightly weaker than A1, but the difference was not too great. Against an injured and exhausted opponent, his odds of obtaining victory were quite high. Under Nu Yan's gaze, B2 lowered his head and said nothing. Waste. Nu Yen snarled. B2's behavior obviously indicated that he had no confidence in winning. Things were bound to end badly if he were sent to fight with such a mentality. Besides, he had diligently served Nu Yen for a long time. Even if he was a mere servant, B2 had been very earnest and supportive throughout all these years. Nu Yen was reluctant to send B2 to certain death despite his angry cursing. So he turned to Yan Kai and snapped, "You go!" Having only just picked E5 up, he did not know what his strength was like. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all the same. Seeing that B2 had no confidence of winning, then the situation was most likely hopeless for E5 too. At this point, Nu Yen already regretted not leaving immediately earlier. If he had left, even if he suffered some losses, they wouldn't have been too unbearable. In contrast, the situation had worsened now. Even the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple he just picked up would have to die here. Be that as it may, if he had to choose between B2 and E5, Nu Yen would choose to abandon E5. He was not familiar with the new recruit, so he could simply act as if he had not picked anybody up in the first place. By thinking like that, he could comfort himself slightly. Yes. Yan Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist in response. He never imagined that this matter would fall upon his shoulders. Although he felt helpless, the Black Ink clansman who was supposed to be his master had spoken, so he could only obey. Nu Yen spoke through gritted teeth. Even if you die, you have to drag him down with you. Yan Kai nodded and jumped into the crater. Standing beside Nu Yen, D4 sighed slightly. If it had to be said, he quite liked E5. The main reason was that A1 and the others were taciturn, while E5 was willing to chat with him, despite being a newcomer. Now that E5 had been ordered to enter the gambling arena, he would most likely never return again. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven, was not an easy opponent after all. That was why D4 couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Inside the crater, a bloody stench filled the air. Severed limbs and pieces of flesh could be seen everywhere. An innumerable number of black ink disciples had died in this place, so much so that the blood they spilled had dyed the ground crimson. The Sixth Order Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven, looked over indifferently. His expression was calm. There were signs of injury on his body, but they were not serious. It was just that his battle against A1 earlier had indeed consumed a lot of his strength. Regardless of his condition, though, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent in this kind of venue. Please. Yang Kai cupped his fist at the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven. The words had only just left Yang Kai's mouth when the opponent shot towards him like an arrow released from its string. His world force was wrapped around his figure for defense, but his momentum was very aggressive. Since he had already revealed his hand during the first round, there was no longer any need to hide his abilities. Besides, he planned to finish this fight as soon as possible. It was only natural for him to seize the advantage by closing the distance. In the next moment, the Bright King Cave Heaven Master was slightly taken aback because his opponent was also rushing forward like him. There were no signs of activating a secret technique or traces of summoning an artifact. Just a punch clad in world force crashing down on him. There was an uproar in the audience as countless black ink clansmen and black ink disciples widened their eyes in shock and amazement. Although Nguyen was also shocked, he was even more furious. That damn E5. Knowing that the opponent comes from Bright King Cave Heaven and boasts a strong physical body, I can't believe he dared to take the initiative to meet him head-on. That's exactly how A1 was killed earlier. However, recalling his own words just now, he suppressed the flames of his anger. He had the vague feeling that E5 was following his orders and trying to create an opportunity to drag his opponent down with him. If that was the case, then his current actions were understandable. A loud explosion boomed across the arena, and shockwaves visible to the naked eye erupted outward. Two figures collided fiercely against each other, then suddenly separated as they flew out in opposite directions. The first collision went beyond everybody's expectations. In the previous battle, the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had already displayed the immense strength of his body. Seeing Yang Kai dashing forward without the fear of death, they all believed that it would be a one-sided massacre. But on the contrary, it turned out to be an evenly matched situation. Nguyen was stunned. Even Langya, who had a smile at the corner of his lips, was also stunned. Meanwhile, D4's mouth gaped open in shock. Nobody could have expected Yang Kai to withstand the punch of the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, one clash was not enough to prove anything. Only the upcoming battle would determine the victor. Two figures landed on the ground heavily. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had a surprised look in his eyes, but his figure kept charging forward without stopping. Putting some strength into his legs, he kicked off the ground so hard that an indentation formed. At the same time, he charged towards Yang Kai once more. When he was in midair, he saw his opponent making the same choice again. Hong star. The two figures inside the crater constantly collided and separated. The cycle repeated again and again without the slightest pause. With every collision, the violent world force kicked up the wind and the clouds. Like throwing a rock into the calm surface of the lake, shock waves blasted out like ripples spreading into the surroundings. The silent audience gathered around the crater immediately burst into cheer. This fierce battle enraptured and excited the Black Ink clan. There were no fancy secret techniques or exchanges between offensive and defensive artifacts. There were only bloody fists against flesh. It was the most primitive kind of conflict, a battle that had never been seen before in the gambling arena. It was enough to bring out the deep-seated murderous brutality buried deep within their hearts and intoxicated them greatly. The smile on Lang Ya's face gradually vanished, and his expression became solemn. Meanwhile, Nu Yan's expression was filled with surprise. He originally made the choice between abandoning B2 or E5, sending the unknown E5 into battle. Who could have known that E5 would give him such a pleasant surprise? Despite facing a direct confrontation with a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, E5 did not lose out in the slightest. Leaving aside the final outcome of the battle, just this scene alone had already broken his previous assumptions. Is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? Nu Yan turned to look at D4. Along the journey, D4 and E5 had gotten together and whispered to each other from time to time. It was not that he did not notice, but rather that he did not have to worry about the loyalty of the black ink disciples under him, so he rarely bothered to care about their private lives. Nu Yan had not asked about E5's background and had even given him a name in a haphazard manner. However, D4 should know something. Upon hearing the question, D4 shook his head. No, he claimed to be from Inyan Cave Heaven. The Black Ink clan had a certain understanding of the various cave heavens and paradises, so needless to say, even Nu Yan had heard of Inyan Cave Heaven. As a result, he immediately became puzzled. Do the people from Inyan Cave Heaven have such powerful bodies? D4 shook his head and said, those from Inyan Cave Heaven are proficient in the Inyan Union cultivation. They are not known for the strength of their bodies. E5 may just be innately gifted. That was the only explanation. It was not to say that others would not have strong bodies if they did not come from Bright King Cave Heaven. It was only a general comparison. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven mainly focused on body tempering, so their secret arts were also based on enhancing their physiques. Who do you think is better between them? Nu Yan asked with great interest. Although he was a high-rank Black Ink clansman with strength equivalent to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not very familiar with the way humans fought. He could only see that the battle was extremely intense, but he could not see who held the upper hand. D4 could not really say because he himself could not tell. Thus he could only speak conservatively. E5 has hope of winning. That was enough. Nu Yan laughed heartily. Good. Very good. I've truly found a treasure. It's a blessing that I sent him out to participate in this battle. I would never have known that E5 was so amazing otherwise. At the same time, he began to worry about E5's safety. It would be good if E5 won the battle, but if E5 was defeated and killed, the loss would break his heart even more than the death of A1. Nu Yan turned his head to the side, and seeing that Lang Ya's expression was solemn and no longer as calm and relaxed as before, he sneered. D4, what do the humans say about such situations? Observing the situation, D4 quickly said, all your clever scheming has led to your downfall. There's also a saying, tried to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. Right. Nu Yan nodded repeatedly. That's how it goes. Lang Yi glanced sideways and coldly spat. The Black Ink disciple under your command is too presumptuous. Nu Yan snorted with laughter. As you know, he is a Black Ink disciple under my command. He is none of your damn business. Weren't you laughing so happily earlier? Why don't you show me a smile now? How could Lang Yi smile at this time when he was pale with rage? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4923. Dry Oil Lamp. Lang Yi originally thought that he would obtain another victory. Who could have known that Nu Yan would have such a talented servant under him? Lang Yi even suspected that Nu Yan had set him up. Why else would Nu Yan have behaved so reluctantly earlier? Just as Lang Yi was gritting his teeth in anger, The black ink disciple beside him suddenly exclaimed softly, "Master, something isn't right." Ignoring Nguyen's pestering, Lang Yu quickly looked down into the crater below. What entered his field of view made his heart sink. There was indeed something wrong. At first, the two black ink disciples had been evenly matched, and there was no telling who was having the upper hand. However, in such a short time, the black ink disciple under his command had clearly fallen behind. The black ink disciple no longer showed the same heroic bravery as before, and was steadily being pushed back by his opponent. He was in a wretched state. This scene made Lang Yu's expression become even uglier. He had been extremely confident in the black ink disciple from Bright King, Cave Heaven under him. Otherwise, he would not have ordered him to fight 2 consecutive battles. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to reap some benefits from Nguyen, but how could he have anticipated such an outcome? At this rate, he would really end up trying to steal a chicken, but losing his rice. Another peal of smug laughter came from Nguyen, which sounded extremely grating to Lang Yu's ears. The black ink clansmen watching the battle cheered loudly, making Lang Yu become increasingly anxious. In the end, he couldn't help roaring furiously, "Kill him! Otherwise, I will kill you myself." When the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King, Cave Heaven on the battlefield heard the command from his master, he ferociously threw his fist at Yang Kai to open up some distance between them. His hands then moved swiftly to form a set of seals and cast a secret technique. Following the fluctuation of world force around him, a dazzling giant illusory phantom enveloped his body. His entire being seemed to integrate with the illusory phantom, and his aura soared instantly. Immovable Bright King, golden body. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Hence, the immovable Bright King golden body was their biggest trump card. If he unleashed this secret technique, then it meant that he was ready to fight with everything he had. Yang Kai, who was now being pushed back, looked annoyed. With his current strength, it would not take much effort for him to defeat or even kill this Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator in front of him. However, he was currently stuck in the depths of Black Ink Clan's territory, so he did not dare to expose too much and was consciously suppressing his true strength. After all, if he killed his opponent in 2 or 3 hits, he would surely draw attention to himself. In the worst case, he might even pique the interest of a feudal lord. A Black Ink feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Receiving the attention of such a master was bound to cause unexpected complications to occur. In contrast, the one he currently followed was no more than a high-rank Black Ink clansman, Nguyen. Even if an unexpected incident occurred, Yang Kai could easily resolve the matter with his strength alone. That was why he had pretended to be going all out, as though he aimed to die together with his opponent, while in truth he was greatly holding back. Now that his opponent had suddenly activated his immovable Bright King golden body, though, the strength that Yang Kai displayed so far was not enough to match. As this thought swirled around in his head, Yang Kai sighed softly and immediately activated the power of his dragon vein. There was no other choice. If he did not do this, he would have no explanation for what would happen next. His opponent's strength had soared, so if he did not use some sort of trump card as well, then he would have no way to explain his increase in strength. In front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai let out a furious howl. His expression was filled with savagery. Immediately after that, a series of crackling and popping sounds rang out, and his figure swelled up. Yang Kai did not dare to perform a complete dragon transformation, as that would turn him into a 20,000 meters long grand dragon. If he were to do that, he would most certainly be exposed. While carefully suppressing his dragon vein, Yang Kai's figure abruptly swelled until he was a dozen meters tall. His exposed skin was covered in a layer of dense dragon scales. A dragon horn protruded from his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swished back and forth behind his back. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, he stood there in a half-dragon form, while faint dragon pressure permeated the air, and a dragon roar reverberated throughout the gambling arena. Outside the crater, Nguyen widened his eyes in astonishment and stared at the changes in front of him in shock. B2, C3, and D, for standing beside him, were equally shocked. Then D for suddenly exclaimed, "So that's it." Nguyen looked back. "What?" D for quickly cupped his fist. "Master, it looks like E5 is not a pure-blood human. He probably has some dragon clan blood in him." "A dragon clan bloodline?" Nguyen raised his eyebrows at those words. "Isn't that what you humans call the leaders of the divine spirits?" Even though he had participated in the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans countless times, the truth was that Nguyen had never seen the Dragon clan in person before. At most, he only heard of such a race. Nevertheless, he immediately became excited. "Doesn't that mean he is amazing?" D shook his head and said, "Reporting to Master, E5 may have some Dragon clan blood running through his veins, but his bloodline is clearly not very pure. Judging by his appearance, he is what we call a Dragonborn. He is not part of the true Dragon clan." As if afraid that Nguyen would not understand, he made an analogy. "If you compare the Black Ink clan to the Dragon clan, then the Dragonborn is similar to Black Ink disciples. Although the Dragonborn have some of the Dragon clan's powers, they are far from the real thing." Nguyen nodded without really understanding the explanation. In any case, he knew that the servant called E5 was quite special. D continued, "The Dragon clan is very powerful. They are known as the head of the divine spirits. Hence, their physical bodies are extraordinarily powerful. E5's strong physique is probably related to the dragon vein in his body. It all makes sense now. He comes from Inyang Cave Heaven after all. So how can his body be stronger than that of someone from Bright King Cave Heaven? It turns out he was a Dragonborn all along." Nguyen laughed loudly. Turning to look at Langya, he mocked the other party. "You have chosen the wrong opponent." Langya coldly snorted. "It is uncertain who will win and who will lose. Don't get carried away." Nguyen snorted and said nothing more. Wasting time arguing with Langya was meaningless. As long as his servant won the battle, he would be able to see Langya's angry and depressed face, which would make it all worth it. On the battlefield inside the crater, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, who cast his immovable Bright King golden body, and Yang Kai, who was in his half-dragon form, attacked and collided with each other again. This time around, the battle was more ferocious and cruel compared to before. Everybody knew that both parties had played their final cards, and the outcome of the life-or-death battle was about to be decided, so all were excitedly paying attention. The two gigantic figures collided with each other, but they did not separate from each other as they did before. On the contrary, they became entangled together. Activating the powers of their small universes, they constantly attacked each other indiscriminately. Both of them had completely abandoned any form of defense and focused solely on a fierce offensive. They were behaving as though they wanted to kill each other or die trying. Yang Kai even used his dragon tail and dragon fangs to attack. This battle was not flashy, but it was ferocious and brutal. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the two figures rolled about in a tangle of limbs. When they slammed into the light barrier, the impact even made an indentation in it. Although the light barrier recovered quickly, the horrifying power behind their collision could be seen. After some time, the light of the immovable Bright King golden body gradually became dim. Likewise, Yang Kai was drenched in blood, and he looked as though he was in a precarious state. Be it Langya or Nguyen, their expressions became solemn. Nobody had expected this battle to end up in this situation. It was impossible to tell who would win in the end. However, it had to be said that this was a satisfying battle to watch. That much was obvious just by looking at the exhilarated expressions of the Black Ink clan in the audience. Hong. A loud explosion erupted. The two figures that had been tangled together since they pulled out their final trump cards finally separated, dropped out of the sky, and crashed to the ground. The immovable Bright King golden body had been shattered completely, and the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator lay motionless on the ground. It was unknown whether he was still alive. The corners of D4's mouth twitched slightly. Although he came from 9 Stars Paradise, he was aware that a Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator's golden body was extremely powerful. It was unbelievable to think that it had been forcibly broken with brute force. If Bright King Cave Heaven learned about the situation, they would certainly feel ashamed. Yang Kai's dragon transformation slowly disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Similarly, he lay on the ground without moving. Did the both of them die? The Black Ink clan watched with eyes widened in surprise. If that was the outcome of the battle, then it would be quite interesting in and of itself. They did not care for the life or death of the Black Ink disciples, so it would be a worthwhile trip here if they could witness such an exhilarating battle. However, there were no signs of any small universes collapsing. In other words, both parties were still alive. It was just that the battle had been too intense, so they were completely exhausted. Lang Ye's furious roar rang out, "Stand up and kill him! Victory or defeat is only one step away. How can I fall short now?" Seeming to hear his master's command, the fingers of the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator twitched in response. Then he struggled to his feet and staggered towards Yang Kai. Nu Yen felt as though his heart was in his throat. Although he sent E5 into battle because he originally planned to abandon him, this battle had completely exceeded his expectations. Based on the strength E5 displayed so far, it was clear that he was much stronger than anyone. Nu Yen was reluctant to throw aside a servant like that, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. Masters were not allowed to interfere in the fights between their Black Ink disciples. Those were the rules. Seeing that the opponent was going to reach E5, Nu Yen yelled anxiously, "Get up! Get up!" Yang Kai remained motionless. D4 sighed sorrowfully. In the end, he still lost. In this place, defeat meant death, as the opponent would not be merciful. In front of everybody's eyes, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator staggered over to Yang Kai and stood before him. It was at that moment that Yang Kai, who had been lying there without moving, abruptly leaped to his feet and kicked his opponent in the chest. His opponent stumbled and fell to the ground. Then he lunged forward, sat on his opponent, and threw a frenzy of punches. Nu Yen had been so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. So when he saw this sight, he couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other hand, Lang Yu was flabbergasted. He never imagined such a turn of events would occur. Pung, pung, pung! Yang Kai's fist smashed down, causing the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator to become bruised and bloody under his punches. Be that as it may, everyone could tell that he barely had any strength left, even though he was attacking fiercely. His punches seemed almost weak and flimsy. At the beginning, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator struggled to fight back. Nevertheless, he quickly lost the strength to resist and just lay there to be slaughtered. He was also a dry oil lamp at this point. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and struggled to his feet. Immediately after that, he did something completely unexpected. He grabbed the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator by one of the legs and staggered towards Nu Yen. The cheers had died down. All the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples were staring at Yang Kai in confusion. Having reached this point, the winner of this battle was obvious. Even so, the conclusion of the battle never came. In a place like this, one party had to die in order for a death match to be considered over. Although Yang Kai had won the battle, his opponent was still alive. The audience understood. It was not that he didn't want to kill his opponent. He simply no longer had the strength to do so. Marshall Peak. Chapter 49-24. An unexpectedly pleasant surprise. The Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was a dry oil lamp who didn't even have the strength to fight back at this point. Be that as it may, thanks to how he normally focused on cultivating his physical body, His physique was incredibly intrepid all on its own. It was not easy for an opponent who was equally exhausted to kill him. Such a situation had never been seen before. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was feeling extremely uneasy as he dragged the Bright King Heaven Cultivator towards Nu Yen. He didn't know whether the plan he had made up on the spot could be realized. Even so, he had to try. This matter involved a life, after all. Inside the sealed world, Meng-Chi once told him that there was no need for him to show mercy to his opponents if he encountered another black ink disciple in the future. On the contrary, he should kill them if he could, as that would in and of itself be a blessing for them. Yang Kai never imagined that the time to make such a choice would appear so quickly before him. However, he could not bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter the black ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in front of him. He had the means to solve the root issue after all. There might be an opportunity for him to rescue this black ink disciple and restore his original nature, which was why he tried every means possible to defeat his opponent without killing him. Staggering over to Nu Yen, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Master, fortunately I did not fail my mission." Nu Yen smiled and nodded. "Very good. I knew I was right about you." The truth was that he had made up his mind to abandon Yang Kai when he sent him into the battlefield earlier. Looking back on his decision now, it would seem like he had great foresight instead. Nu Yen lowered his head and glanced at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, whom Yang Kai had dragged over to him. A greedy look flashed across his eyes as he stretched out his hand. "Hand him to me." Yang Kai had no choice but to obey. Nu Yen reached out and grabbed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, his large palm holding him upright as his black ink strength surged and wrapped around the latter. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nu Yan's actions had not disappointed him. This situation was exactly what he had been hoping for. On the other hand, the expression of Langya, who had been gnashing his teeth and watching from nearby, immediately fell at this sight, and he shouted grimly, "Nu Yen, what are you doing?" He initially thought that Nu Yen would simply enjoy the spoils of war. The world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an extremely nutritious supplement to a high-rank black ink clansman after all. Nu Yan's strength would surely increase sharply after devouring the world force of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. How could he have anticipated that Nu Yen had no such plans at all? Contrary to expectations, Nu Yen used his own black ink strength to corrode the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. In this way, wouldn't the Bright King Heaven Cultivator become Nu Yan's black ink disciple instead? How could Langya accept this situation? A living black ink disciple and a dead black ink disciple had very different values. He had agreed on a death match with Nu Yen, so now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Langya had mentally prepared himself for his black ink disciple to be killed. If Nu Yen had killed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, then he would have nothing to say. However, Nu Yan's current actions were unacceptable to him. Doing this would greatly increase the overall strength of Nu Yan's subordinates. Conversely, Langya would lose a powerful subordinate. Thanks to this shift in numbers, the gap between his strength and Nu Yan's strength would become very large. "Do you have an objection?" Nu Yen glanced sideways at Langya. Langya roared angrily, "You and I agreed to a death match. The battle must end with death to determine the winner. What do you mean by stealing my black ink disciple now?" If it were a life bout where the ownership of the losing black ink disciple was the wager, then Nu Yan's actions would be beyond reproach. However, it was different for a death match. Nu Yen sneered, "What do you mean by stealing? The outcome of the battle has been decided, and these are spoils of war. If I want him alive, he will live. If I want him dead, he will die. His life is mine now. It has nothing to do with you." Langya insisted on the rules and refused to back down. A death match is a death match. Between these two black ink disciples, only one may survive. You may choose which one. Nu Yen shook his head slowly. Nobody ever said that only one person can survive in a death match. It was true that nobody had ever specified such a thing. It was just that every death match had ended with the same result, mainly because the black ink disciples who fought in each battle were not significantly different in strength. There had never been a situation in which a black ink disciple with a higher order had utterly suppressed a black ink disciple with a lower order before. Seeing as the black ink disciples could not afford to hold back once the fight started, it was only natural that one side would eventually be defeated and killed. In this way, everybody had simply taken this rule as a given. A situation like this, where Yang Kai had captured his opponent alive and returned to his master, was unprecedented. Hence, there was room for interpretation. Lang Yu did not waste his time arguing with Nu Yen, though. Raising his arms, he shouted to the audience, "Let's ask our clansmen. What are the rules of a death match?" "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Deafening cheers rang out from the surrounding audience. The Black Ink clan did not care about who would benefit from this situation. They simply wanted to see blood and death. Lang Yu gave Nu Yen a defiant look with a smug expression on his face. Nu Yan's expression became solemn. He really liked this Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, so it would be great if he could take him under his command. However, his gains would not be worth the losses if he incurred the wrath of his clansmen here. While Nu Yen was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fist. "Master, why don't you let me fight him again? I can slowly torture him to death." Nu Yen frowned and asked, "Slowly torture him to death? What would the point of that be?" Yang Kai quickly followed up. "What do you think of 100 years? Only then did Nu Yen understand and grin to himself. Who would be willing to watch this fight drag on for 100 years? Even Lang Yu may not have such patience. Once Lang Yu was gone, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator would naturally become his black ink disciple. It wasn't a bad solution. "You court death." Lang Yu turned and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head. "If Master wants me dead, I will die." The implication behind his words was naturally, "You are not qualified to order me around." D4's eyes widened when he heard those words. It was only at this moment that he realized how bold E5 was. I can't believe he dared to speak to a black ink clansman in such an aggressive manner. Does he not know how to write the word death? Impudence! Nu Yen rebuked, but the tone of his voice held no sense of reproach whatsoever. Yang Kai bowed his head in deference. Nu Yen then turned to look at Lang Yu. "I'm sure you're not willing to spend 100 years watching a boring fight, right? If you're really that leisurely, then I can allow the two black ink disciples to continue their match." In any case, the cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven had already been imbued with his black ink strength and could already be considered his black ink disciple. As long as Nu Yen gave the order, it was really possible for the two black ink disciples to fight for another 100 years. Lang Yu's expression was frigid, but he remained silent. "Let's do this. Why don't we just invite the 3 feudal lords to adjudicate this matter? We can ask them for their opinions and decide based on the majority. Whatever the feudal lords decide, we will obey their decision," Nu Yen suggested. The reason Nu Yen made such a suggestion was that he would not suffer any losses, regardless of the outcome. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was allowed to live, then he would obtain an additional powerful servant. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was condemned to die, then he could take the opportunity to devour his world force and increase his own strength. On the contrary, no matter how the situation turned out, Lang Yu would not benefit in any way. More importantly, Nu Yen did not have 100 years to waste either. Seeing as Nu Yen had already made such a suggestion, how could Lang Yu refuse? He immediately nodded in agreement. "Good." Nu Yen turned to look around him. Then he placed his hand on his chest. "I respectfully invite our respected feudal lords to pass judgment upon this matter." Pointing at the bright king cave heaven cultivator, he continued, "The life of this black ink disciple will depend on your judgment, sirs." There were black ink feudal lords mixed among the black ink clan watching in the surroundings. Moreover, they were not few in number. As long as one could reach the appropriate level of strength, they would automatically become a feudal lord. But not every black ink feudal lord had their own territory. This place was the Fierce Wind Estate, and there was naturally a feudal lord in charge here. As such, other feudal lords did not have a say in how this place operated. Since the lord of the Fierce Wind Estate had a territory of his own, that could only mean that his strength was incomparable to an ordinary feudal lord. Still, that did not mean other feudal lords did not have any authority here. It was the same as Voidland. There were so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, but despite also being one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yong-Kai was also Voidland's lord. The others might be part of Voidland, but they did not have the status of being the lord. After Nu Yen finished speaking, he waited quietly. A short while later, a female black ink feudal lord finally spoke up with great majesty. "A death match should involve death. What meaning is there for both to survive?" The meaning behind her words was extremely clear. Langya and Nu Yen bowed with their hands on their chests as a sign of respect. Then they quietly waited for the next feudal lord to speak. Nevertheless, Langya's expression was obviously much more relaxed thanks to the support of this female feudal lord. Nu Yen was unaffected by the situation as he figured he would win regardless of the outcome. After a while, another feudal lord spoke. "The Black Ink Disciple is also part of the Black Ink Clan's strength. Let him live. He will be of use on the battlefield." The opinions of the two feudal lords had opposed each other. In that case, the last feudal lord would undoubtedly decide the life or death of that bright king, Cave Heaven Cultivator. A voice soon rang out from somewhere, "Let him live!" The response was very concise. There was no need for much explanation. He probably had the same thoughts as the second feudal lord. The Black Ink Disciple could contribute more if he survived. Nu Yen and Langya bowed once more. When they straightened their backs, Nu Yen gave Langya a triumphant smile. Langya snorted in response. Turning around, he left with his remaining Black Ink Disciple in tow. He originally had 3 Black Ink Disciples gathered around him, including 2 Fifth Order and 1 Sixth Order. One of his Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been killed by D4, and his only Sixth Order servant had been captured by Yong-Kai. At present, he was only left with 1 Fifth Order Master. It was a bleak sight to behold. If Langya wanted to obtain more Black Ink Disciples, then he could only buy them from other Black Ink clansmen, participate in similar gambling battles, or wait for the war to break out so that he could corrupt a human cultivator with his black ink strength on the battlefield. In any case, he suffered a huge loss this time. Nu Yen, who was in conflict with Langya, was naturally overjoyed by this turn of events. The 2 gambling battles had resulted in the loss of A1, followed by the acquisition of the Bright King, Cave Heaven Cultivator. Although the lineup under his command remained at 5 subordinates, his overall strength had increased. Everything could be accredited to the newly recruited servant called E5. If E5 had not given him such an unexpectedly pleasant surprise today, he would not be so ecstatic right now. Turning around, he looked at Yong-Kai, who was bloody and disheveled from the fight. The more he looked at Yong-Kai, the happier he became. He had never found a Black Ink Disciple so appealing before. "From today onwards, you will be called A1. Nu Yen said while looking at Yong-Kai. Yong-Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist and responded softly, "Yes." His name had changed from E5 to A1 all of a sudden. It was obviously a giant leap in status. "Your name is E5. The Black Ink Clansman looked at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator again. The bright king cave heaven cultivator had yet to recover fully after such a short rest, but he had enough energy to at least stand up now. Despite his pale complexion, he responded in the affirmative. Marshall Peak. Chapter 49-25 Money Tree. Thanks to Yang Kai's performance earlier, Nu Yan's attitude towards him became much warmer and friendlier. Moreover, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time with a thoughtful expression. Leading the black ink disciples under his command, Nu Yan left the gambling arena and found a place to rest. He even handed many cultivation resources to Yang Kai so that the latter could recover sooner. Yang Kai could only show a grateful attitude. The truth was that the previous fight against the bright king, cave, heaven cultivator had not exhausted him to a great extent. He had been holding back his strength all this time, so he only looked like he was in a wretched condition on the surface. Nevertheless, in order not to expose his secret, Yang Kai was forced to suppress his recovery ability as much as possible. In this way, it took him 3 whole days before he returned to his peak. During these 3 days, he repeatedly felt Nu Yan watching him with a vaguely meaningful look. These occurrences made him somewhat vigilant. He even wondered whether he had accidentally revealed his secrets and caused Nu Yan to become suspicious of him. Upon careful consideration, though, Yang Kai realized that his worries were unwarranted. He had not made any mistakes, so Nu Yan could not have figured out anything. Even so, he could not understand what Nu Yan was thinking. When Yang Kai opened his eyes on the 3rd day, it was obvious that Nu Yan had been waiting for a long time. Nu Yan's gaze immediately swept in his direction, and he called out, "A1!" Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist. "How may I help you, master?" "With your ability, how many battles can you win if you fought consecutive rounds against humans in the same order without any rest?" Nu Yan asked. Yang Kai did not know why Nu Yan was asking about this. He thought to himself that it was impossible for him to lose against opponents in the same order no matter how many of them he fought, but he answered cautiously, 3 battles at most." Nu Yan raised his eyebrows. 3? Very good. While saying that, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm going to bring you to a gambling arena. Can you guarantee that you will be undefeated in all 3 battles?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "This subordinate has just shown his face in the gambling arena a few days ago. Will anybody be willing to be my opponent if we go again now?" His previous battle against the bright king, cave, heaven cultivator had been witnessed by many black ink clansmen. No matter how much he had suppressed his strength, his victory would not change. There might not be anybody who was willing to take up the challenge due to the skills Yang Kai showed in the earlier battle. Nu Yan chuckled. "Rest assured, there will definitely be contenders. Even if there aren't, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about this. However, I need you to guarantee me that you will never lose. If you think that you are incapable of continuing, then let me know in advance." He was reluctant to lose a servant like Yang Kai. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. "Let's go." Nu Yan beckoned with his hand and led his black ink disciples towards the gambling arena once more. A short while later, they arrived at a crater where 2 black ink disciples were fighting. The surrounding area was as lively as ever. This was undoubtedly a death match. The 2 black ink disciples were struggling desperately, each unleashing their respective secret techniques and divine abilities. It was an extraordinarily heated battle, and the cheers rang out endlessly from the crowd. After waiting for some time, the fight between the 2 black ink disciples finally came to an end. The winner survived and the loser died. Sometimes the fate of black ink disciples lay at the whims of the black ink clan. When the victorious black ink disciple left the arena, Nu Yan signaled Yang Kai with a look. Yang Kai immediately understood and flew down into the crater. It had only been 3 days since he last fought a valiant battle here. So many black ink clansmen recognized him when he suddenly showed up here. They immediately looked enthusiastic, chatting while watching with great interest. Be that as it may, no Black Ink clansmen sent their own Black Ink disciple into the arena. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai's performance a few days ago had been too extraordinary. If somebody entered the arena without confidence, they would only suffer a tragic end. It was not easy to obtain Black Ink disciples, so the Black Ink clan was not willing to squander them carelessly. Naturally, there were many Black Ink clansmen who showed interest in Yang Kai. It was just that they could only shake their heads regretfully after asking the opinions of the Black Ink disciples under their command. Despite waiting for a while, nobody stepped forward to accept the challenge. Yang Kai remained standing in the middle of the crater, looking rather bored. A Black Ink clansman soon yelled from the surrounding area, "Nguyen, nobody will accept your challenge if you send this person into battle. Change him for someone else." Nguyen bared his teeth in annoyance. He initially thought that he could get lucky, and a Black Ink clansman who was not aware of Yang Kai's strength would send their Black Ink disciple into battle. Who could have known that there were no reckless fools around today? The Black Ink clansmen who witnessed the battle 3 days ago would not be deceived, and those who had not witnessed the battle in person learned about the situation after making some inquiries. Since he could not rely on luck, he could only lure others in with the temptation of profit. Nguyen chuckled and spoke in a carrying voice. "It is true that my Black Ink disciple is quite strong. I've never seen anybody else in the same order who is more powerful than him. But since he is already standing in the arena, it's a pity to leave without even fighting. Let's do this instead. We'll fight a life bout. Whoever wins the battle can go ahead and take him away. Whoever loses the battle will only need to pay me 100 Black Ink coins." As soon as this statement came out, an uproar broke out among the Black Ink clansmen. Nguyen's words were too brazen. It was almost like he was implying that it was impossible for his Black Ink disciple to be defeated. A Black Ink clansman immediately asked eagerly, "Nguyen, are you serious?" The value of a 6th order open heaven realm Black Ink disciple was not low. If a 6th order Black Ink disciple were to be traded, they would definitely be sold for tens of thousands of Black Ink coins. It had to be said that tens of thousands of Black Ink coins would be a sizable chunk of wealth to a high-rank Black Ink clan. Even if they lost, the compensation was not too high. There would not be any deaths either, since it was a life bout. In other words, they did not need to worry about their Black Ink disciples dying and only needed to pay 100 Black Ink coins. It was only 100 Black Ink coins. Who could not afford something like that? Even the low-rank Black Ink clansmen could bring out 100 Black Ink coins at will. Nguyen nodded. "Of course, I'm being serious. That is something I announced in public, so how can I go back on my words?" Upon hearing those words, the Black Ink clansmen immediately became agitated and sent the Black Ink disciples under their command into the arena. Dozens of Black Ink disciples instantly took to the air and landed inside the crater. Originally, Yang Kai stood alone in the gambling arena. Now a dozen or so figures were present. Nguyen chuckled. "Are you planning to gang up on me? If that's the case, I will have to admit defeat." Many of the Black Ink clansmen looked around at each other. Nobody was willing to let their Black Ink disciples retire from this battle. It was a great opportunity after all. Therefore, they all waited for the others to withdraw their Black Ink disciples from the battlefield. After a period of stalemate, Nguyen came up with a suggestion. "Let's do this. I'll ask my Black Ink disciple to randomly pick an opponent. Whomever he chooses will be the opponent in this battle, so there's no need to argue over this matter. What do you think?" This suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everybody, so they nodded in agreement. Only then did Nguyen lower his head to look at Yang Kai. "Choose one yourself." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and randomly pointed a finger at a handsome young man. "You!" The young man nodded lightly, and the other Black Ink disciples left the battlefield after receiving orders from their respective masters. Soon, only Yang Kai and the young man were left on the battlefield. Nguyen said, "Once you're ready, you may start at any time." As soon as those words rang out, Yang Kai slammed into his opponent like an arrow released from the string. His large hand reached out as world force surged around his palm. The young man had obviously seen the battle 3 days ago, so he knew Yang Kai's strength. As soon as he saw Yang Kai making a move, how could he dare to let his opponent approach him? He immediately fled to the back and simultaneously cast a secret technique. The secret technique blasted at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead threw out a punch. The battle was quite fierce. The young man was quite strong. Having originated from a cave heaven or paradise, he was not an average master. Both parties exchanged blows furiously, allowing the Black Ink clan to enjoy the battle with relish. For Yang Kai, this kind of battle was nothing special. It was just that he needed to moderately show off his strength without exposing too much, so suppressing his power was actually the most difficult part. The intense battle lasted for an incense stick, and in the end, Yang Kai found an opportunity to punch the young man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew out. During that interval, Yang Kai did not pursue victory and simply stood silently in place. The young man gasped for breath for some time before he cupped his fist and flew away without a word. The corners of Nu Yan's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. After receiving the 100 black ink coins from the master of the Black Ink disciple earlier, he glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, to which Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Seeing that, Nu Yan suddenly became confident and shouted, "The rules for the next battle will remain the same, but the loser will have to pay me 500 black ink coins." Many Black Ink clansmen were stunned. Generally speaking, Black Ink disciples would need to rest after each fight. It was not common for them to fight consecutive battles. Of course, it had happened once 3 days ago, the result of which was Lang Ye's Black Ink disciple from Bright King, Cave Heaven, being snatched by Nu Yan. The strength of Black Ink disciples in the same order did not vary greatly, so it was very difficult for them to bear the burden of continuous battles. Hence, Nu Yan's practice was undoubtedly reckless. The number of Black Ink coins might have increased from 100 to 500, but it was still within an acceptable range. 500 Black Ink coins was not too much. Not to mention, his Black Ink disciple had already fought once, so his strength must have declined by now. The astonishment of the Black Ink clan lasted only for a moment. Following that, a dozen or so Black Ink disciples flew down and stood in front of Yang Kai once more. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, how could he not know what Nu Yan was planning? Nu Yan was totally regarding him as a money tree. No wonder he previously asked me how many battles I could last. He even repeatedly told me that I must not lose and to tell him in advance if I was too tired to continue fighting. Despite understanding the situation, Yang Kai could only go along with the arrangement. Fortunately, Nu Yan only wanted to earn Black Ink coins, so the battles were not death matches. Otherwise, Yang Kai truly had no idea whether he could kill. The same scene as earlier, along with the same rules. Yang Kai randomly chose his next opponent. The masters of those Black Ink disciples who were not selected sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. In their opinion, this was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. It was a pity that they failed to grasp the chance twice. Be that as it may, reality turned out to be beyond their expectations. At the end of the second battle, Yang Kai won again. Although it looked like the battle had exhausted him, he pummeled his opponent to the point where they were coughing up blood. It was obvious that his opponent could no longer continue the fight. Nu Yan was smiling so widely that his teeth could be seen. After receiving the 500 Black Ink coins, he shot another inquiring look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai regretted, saying that he could fight 3 battles in a row. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given such an answer. His careless response had made things difficult for him to quit now, so he could only nod lightly in silence. Sitting down cross-legged, he seized the time to recover his strength, as though he was extremely exhausted. Many black ink clansmen turned their eyes to Nguyen and waited for him to speak, and they were not disappointed as Nguyen soon shouted, "This is the last match! The rules will remain the same. If you win, you can take him with you. If you lose, you have to cough up 1,000 black ink coins." Compared to a sixth-order open heaven realm black ink disciple worth tens of thousands of black ink coins, 1,000 black ink coins were undoubtedly worth betting on, especially since Yang Kai had already gone through 2 consecutive battles. The chances of winning were astronomical at this point. Marshall Peak. Chapter 49-26, Black Ink Nest. Before the third match began, the black ink clansmen began to quarrel among themselves. They had watched the previous 2 consecutive battles. Most notably, Yang Kai had been injured during the second match, so his strength would surely have been greatly reduced. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for him to win the third match. This match was going to be a huge opportunity, so nobody was willing to back down. Although Nguyen appeared to be watching cheerfully, he was actually feeling nervous inside. It was true that Yang Kai had given him the signal that he could continue fighting, and it was also true that Yang Kai had demonstrated incredible combat prowess. Even so, he was not confident as to whether Yang Kai could win the third battle. If Yang Kai were to lose, then he would have shot himself in the foot with his actions. At any rate, now that things had reached this point, his only option was to persevere. This was a matter concerning 1,000 black ink coins after all. If this method was feasible, then he would never need to worry about black ink coins again in the future. The black ink clansmen quarreled endlessly among themselves. In the end, they decided to follow the original rules and allowed Yang Kai to pick his own opponent. The opponent would be fighting whomever he chose, and nobody could object to his decision. When the third battle began, everybody paid close attention to the fight, with Nguyen looking the most nervous out of them all. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The 2 black ink disciples exchanged countless blows with each other, and the battle was astoundingly intense. Yang Kai once again transformed into his half-dragon form. His performance made it seem as though he had played all his cards, but the fight left him drenched in blood nevertheless. He looked like he was at risk of dying at any moment. Nguyen felt his heart sinking in his chest. He was starting to think that he was going to lose the battle. On the other hand, the opponent's side was in high spirits because he could almost see the scene where he obtained a new and powerful black ink disciple. However, accidents always occurred when they were least expected. The opponent had clearly been holding the upper hand in the battle, but he experienced a sudden turn of events. In spite of the fact that Yang Kai had been fighting for 3 consecutive battles and looked like a wretched mess as a result, his attacks only became increasingly aggressive the further he was pushed into a corner. When the opponent fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground unconscious, the entire gambling arena fell silent. Yang Kai also fell out of the sky at the same time, but he managed to stay on his feet at the last moment. His complexion was as white as a sheet. "We won." D. For shouted from beside Nguyen. Nguyen also burst into cheerful laughter, his tense mood finally relaxing. The other party handed over a space ring. Nguyen took the space ring and checked the amount. After confirming that there were indeed 1,000 black ink coins, he smiled and said, "My respects." The black ink clansman's expression was indifferent. The loss of 1,000 black ink coins might hurt slightly, but the damage was not significant. He nodded lightly in response. "Are you interested in another match?" Nguyen immediately shook his head. While he regarded Yang Kai as a cash cow, he was not a fool. Yang Kai was no longer in a state to continue fighting. If he fought another battle, he would definitely lose. How could Nguyen agree to such a proposal? The black ink clansman added, 2,000 black ink coins. Nguyen continued to shake his head. "Even if you offer me 5,000 black ink coins, I won't accept the challenge." Nevertheless, he did not cut off the possibility of future negotiations and reassured the other party with a smile. Until next time, there will certainly be chances to have a rematch in the future. Having said that, he turned around and instructed D4 bring him back. D4 accepted the command and flew towards the crater to bring Yang Kai back. Nu Yen did not stop there. Leading his black ink disciples, he returned to the place where they rested previously and handed some resources to Yang Kai for cultivation and recovery so that his wounds could heal. Yang Kai had earned Nu Yen a total of 1,600 black ink coins from the 3 battles earlier. The amount might not be much, but this was not a one-time gig. What was there to fear about the lack of black ink coins if he repeated this cycle a few more times? Looking at Yang Kai, who was meditating in a cross-legged position nearby, Nu Yen felt as though he could see a method to earn a fortune. A few days later, Nu Yen led Yang Kai and others to the gambling arena again. Armed with the previous experience, he showed significantly more confidence in Yang Kai this time. Yang Kai had shown off his great strength after winning 3 consecutive battles a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples knew that he was not an easy opponent to mess with. Be that as it may, most people believed that they might get lucky and had thoughts such as, what if I strike gold? In any case, the losses were not too high, even if they didn't win the match. That was why, as soon as Yang Kai entered the battlefield, several Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the crater under the command of their masters. Nu Yen's rules did not change. All 3 matches were life bouts, and the bet increased with every round. The first match was 100 Black Ink coins, the second match was 500 Black Ink coins, and the third match was 1,000 Black Ink coins. The number of Black Ink disciples in the battlefield increased with every round, and Yang Kai would randomly choose an opponent each time. The 3 battles eventually ended with 3 consecutive wins. Just like before, Nu Yen earned 1,600 Black Ink coins. He was overjoyed. For the next month, Nu Yen would lead Yang Kai to the gambling arena every few days. It was the same experience every time. Yang Kai never disappointed him. This Black Ink disciple was definitely his greatest treasure that would bring him enormous wealth in the future. Nu Yen secretly rejoiced that he had accidentally picked up this servant while resting inside the Black Ink cloud back then. In just 1 month, Yang Kai became famous throughout the Fierce Wind estate. Be it the high-rank Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink clan feudal lords, all of them were paying close attention to him now. They had never seen anyone who could defeat so many Black Ink disciples before. Most of the Black Ink clansmen here had participated on the real battlefield in the past. To survive and return from the battlefield meant that they had battled and slaughtered human cultivators. It had to be said that the situation would be very terrifying if all the human cultivators were like Yang Kai. Even Black Ink clan feudal lords took the initiative to meet Nu Yen and made their intentions to purchase Yang Kai clear. The price they offered was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a Black Ink disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be worth 10,000 or so Black Ink coins. Nonetheless, many of the Black Ink feudal lords offered a price of 20,000 or even 30,000 Black Ink coins. Although Nu Yen was tempted, he refused all their offers in the end. A one-time sale could never be as beneficial as long-term financial stability. He had far more plans to implement, so how could he sell Yang Kai off? However, on a certain day 1 month later, nobody stepped up to accept the challenge when Nu Yen brought Yang Kai to the gambling arena. After so many battles, Yang Kai had not lost a single one. He would fight 3 consecutive battles each time, and he would look as though he was on the verge of losing every time. Be that as it may, he would always win in the end. The Black Ink clan had also noticed this issue and began to suspect that Nu Yen was digging a pit for them to jump into. Therefore, they all cursed Nu Yen for being insidious and cunning. Since it was a battle they could not win, who would willingly give money away for nothing? There was nothing Nu Yen could do if nobody accepted the challenge. After waiting for some time, he summoned Yang Kai back and left the gambling arena with his subordinates. His efforts during this period had indeed allowed him to gain enormous benefits. In the beginning, Nguyen did not have many assets, but now he had enough for him to carry out something important. Silently following behind Nguyen, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the black ink nest. He had secretly observed the black ink nest on many occasions during the time he lived in Fierce Wind Estate. For had mentioned that it was the place where all black ink clansmen were born. The black ink nest was not only an important foundation of the black ink clan, but the advancement of a black ink clansman's cultivation must also be done inside a black ink nest. Entering a black ink nest cost black ink coins. Even purchasing world spheres required black ink coins. That was why the black ink coins were considered so valuable. Yang Kai was very concerned about this black ink nest. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to approach it previously and could only watch from afar. It could be said that he finally obtained what he wished for. The group soon arrived in front of the black ink nest under Nguyen's guidance. From a distance, the black ink nest resembled a huge flower bud. Rich, black ink strength tumbled about and dissipated into the surroundings with every breath it took. Standing in front of the black ink nest, Yang Kai finally realized how large it was. The thick roots were closely connected to the entire Fierce Wind Estate, and its existence was like a plant, but not a plant. The external surface looked like dried meat, which gave off an extremely malevolent aura. Meanwhile, the thick roots themselves were natural pathways leading upward to a portal at the bottom of the flower bud. A black ink feudal lord was standing guard beside the portal. Nguyen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the black ink feudal lord. Then he handed over a space ring filled with a certain amount of black ink coins. The black ink feudal lord checked the contents carefully before he nodded lightly. Nguyen turned around, looked at his black ink disciples for a moment, and reached out to point at C3 and D for, "You too, follow me inside." C3 and D responded in unison and followed Nguyen inside. Before leaving, D cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Take care." Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although he looked confused, he returned the courtesy. It didn't take long for Nguyen to lead C3 and D, for out of Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 moved to the side and waited quietly. A black ink clansman would lead their black ink disciples over from time to time. What's more, each black ink clansman would take 1 or 2 black ink disciples inside the black ink nest with them, just like Nguyen. Looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a vague guess about what was happening, but he could not be certain. After enduring for some time, he finally blurted out, "Is Master planning to break through?" Nguyen had spent a lot of black ink coins to enter the black ink nest, so it was obvious that he was here for an advancement. It was obvious that Yang Kai was highly valued by Nguyen, so the other black ink disciples had been quite friendly with him recently. Upon hearing the question, B2 nodded in response. That's right. This is the second time. Yang Kai was stunned. Can a black ink clansman fail in his advancement? B2 replied, "Of course there's a possibility of failure. If success was guaranteed for every attempt, then Master would already be a black ink feudal lord by now. It's just that the consequences they face if they fail in their breakthrough are not particularly serious. They are very different from us. For us, the higher our order, the more severe the consequences we suffer if we fail a breakthrough attempt. We might even end up dead. In contrast, they will only weaken for some time at most. It's only a matter of time before they make a full recovery." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. Nguyen was a high-rank black ink clansman who was equal to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. If he succeeded in his advancement, then he would become a black ink feudal lord. Yang Kai was not afraid of a mere black ink feudal lord, but the stronger Nguyen became, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Naturally, he hoped that Nguyen failed in the advancement. Why did Master take C3 and D for inside with him? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the advancement was an extremely important process to both human cultivators and the Black Ink clan. They would need to concentrate fully, so why would Nu Yen take 2 Black Ink disciples inside with him? Was it for standing guard? But there should not be dangers inside the Black Ink nest. Tu fell silent for a moment before he explained. Just as how we need to accumulate our strength to advance, the same goes for Master. He brought them along in case of emergency. Yang Kai's facial muscles tightened instantly. B2's explanation might not have been explicit, but how could Yang Kai fail to understand the meaning behind those words? It was obvious that C3 and D were being regarded as emergency resources. In a pinch, Nu Yen could devour their world force to aid in his advancement. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-27, Sweeping Victory. It was not just Nu Yen. From what Yang Kai observed just now, most of the Black Ink clansmen who entered the Black Ink nest would bring 1 or 2 Black Ink disciples with them. Through the ages, who knew how many Black Ink disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had perished inside this massive, evil Black Ink nest? Yang Kai clenched his fist tightly. The urge to charge straight in and destroy the Black Ink nest flooded him, but he firmly suppressed the impulse. This was not the only Black Ink nest in the Black Ink clan. Even if he were to destroy the Black Ink nest in front of him, it would not change the fate of many Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, it would only expose his identity. The existence of the Black Ink clan was the root cause of the problem. Only by completely eradicating the Black Ink clan from the world would the crisis faced by the 3,000 worlds since time immemorial be resolved. Yang Kai and the others waited silently, and Nu Yan's figure finally emerged from the entrance of the Black Ink nest a few days later. However, Yang Kai immediately noticed that Nu Yan seemed rather weak at the moment. Not only was Nu Yan's aura fluctuating unevenly, but his expression was also dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yang Kai's heart stirred at the sight. Combined with what B2 said earlier, how could he not realize that Nu Yan had failed his breakthrough? Every time a Black Ink clansman failed during their advancement, they would be weakened for some time. In addition, it was already the 2nd time Nu Yan failed. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Yang Kai glanced behind Nu Yan. There was a person following behind the tall figure. It was D4. Meanwhile, C3, who went inside with them, was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that C3 had probably met a tragic end. Nu Yan might have failed to break through, but he must have devoured the world force of C3's small universe during the process. How could C3 survive when his world force had been devoured and his small universe had collapsed? Although Yang Kai had neither interacted much with C3 nor built up a friendship between them during this period, the death of C3 still weighed heavily on his heart. Nu Yan walked out of the Black Ink nest without saying a word. Yang Kai and D glanced at each other and nodded lightly in greeting. Then Yang Kai quickly followed after Nu Yan with B2 and E5 in tow. Returning to the place where they rested again, Nu Yan sat down cross-legged. His chest and abdomen swelled as he inhaled the Black Ink strength that could be found everywhere in the fierce wind estate. As he absorbed the Black Ink strength, his weakened aura gradually recovered. D seemed to be feeling a lingering sense of fear after narrowly escaping death. Even though he had known what kind of fate awaited him when he followed Nu Yan into the Black Ink nest, it was impossible for a Black Ink disciple like him to refuse his master's command. Nevertheless, anybody would instinctively feel fear when faced with the threat of death. Even a talkative person like D fell into a heavy, brooding silence for quite some time. It was fortunate that Nu Yan had failed in his breakthrough, though. If Nu Yan had succeeded, then he too would have shared C3's fate. An entire month later, Nguyen finally made a full recovery. He slowly stood up and glanced in the direction of the gambling arena. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually shook his head slowly and beckoned to the others. "Let's go!" The black ink coins that Yang Kai earned for him in the gambling arena had mostly been spent on the black ink nest. If he wanted to enter the black ink nest again for cultivation, then he would need to earn more black ink coins. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's fame had spread throughout the Fierce Wind estate. Nobody was willing to fight him again, so this method of making money had lost its effect. If he wanted to earn more black ink coins, then he could only switch to another place and begin anew. That was one of the reasons why Nguyen had rejected the offers from the Black Ink clan feudal lords when they wanted to purchase Yang Kai at high prices. His subordinate, known as A1, was practically a money tree after all. How could he sell off his source of income for a mere 20 or 30,000 black ink coins? The 4 black ink disciples left the Fierce Wind estate under Nguyen's leadership and rushed towards a certain direction in the void. More than 10 days later, they arrived at another territory. Yang Kai stealthily checked the universe chart that Meng Qi had given to him and discovered that this territory was known as the False Decree Estate. The False Decree Estate did not look very different from the Fierce Wind estate. It might be slightly bigger in size, but the difference was not very significant. Standing in the void, Yang Kai saw the towering black ink nest in the False Decree Estate from a distance. The black ink nest was releasing black ink strength that covered the entire spirit province. Upon arriving at the False Decree Estate, Nguyen headed directly for the gambling arena without pause. There was a gambling arena in almost every territory because the Black Ink clan seemed to like sending their Black Ink disciples into battle. When the battle in the gambling arena ended, Nguyen shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately flew downward. Then Nguyen repeated his previous trick and recited the gambling rules that he used back at the Fierce Wind estate. It was just that he had increased the compensation for the first match from 100 to 500 black ink coins. His statement caused a huge uproar in the gambling arena. If they won, they could walk away with a 6th-order black ink disciple. If they lost, they would only need to pay 500 black ink coins. Who could miss out on such a fantastic deal? Nearly 100 6th-order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciples immediately flew into the battlefield under their master's command and surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out. If somebody did not know better, they would have thought that these black ink disciples were about to gang up on Yang Kai. Nguyen had long expected this situation, as something similar had happened back at the Fierce Wind estate. Therefore, he applied the same rule and allowed Yang Kai to choose his own opponent. The Black Ink clan naturally had no objections to this. Yang Kai did not hesitate and randomly chose an opponent. When the others left the battlefield, the match immediately began. Needless to say, the results went as expected. Nguyen cheerfully received the 500 black ink coins. Then he recklessly announced that he wanted to continue with a second match. The bet for the second match was 1,000 black ink coins. The Black Ink clansmen who failed to seize the opportunity earlier were both surprised and delighted, so they dispatched their Black Ink disciples into the battlefield again. It was soon time for the third match. Moreover, the wager for the third match had been increased to 2,000 black ink coins. After 3 consecutive battles, a blood-drenched Yang Kai finally withdrew from battle. Nguyen happily earned 3,500 black ink coins, which was more than double the income he received at the Fierce Wind estate. One battle here was equivalent to 2 battles back at the Fierce Wind estate. The efficiency had increased significantly. Thanks to the bloody battle on the first day, Yang Kai caught the attention of many Black Ink clansmen. Many people became interested in him. In fact, a Black Ink feudal lord immediately approached Nguyen and expressed his intention to buy Yang Kai. Nguyen had already rejected such offers countless times in the Fierce Wind estate, so naturally he would not agree here either. The Black Ink feudal lords might hold higher positions than him, but the Black Ink clan had their own rules. No matter how much one liked another person's Black Ink disciple, they could not forcefully snatch them away. Otherwise, Nguyen would not have been able to hold onto Yang Kai. He allowed Yang Kai to rest and recover for a few days before he brought him back to the arena. A month later, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples in the False Decree Estate had been soundly defeated and nobody accepted the challenge again. Nguyen turned out to be surprisingly decisive. Once the challengers dried up, he immediately led Yang Kai and the others out of the False Decree Estate and traveled to the next place. At times, Yang Kai had no choice but to admire Nguyen's business acumen. Nguyen was obviously taking advantage of the lack of information circulation at the moment. Every time they arrived at a new place, the Black Ink clan would be unaware of Yang Kai's strength, and as a result, all of them were tempted into taking their chances against him. Who could have known that they would fall into Nguyen's trap and contribute Black Ink coins to him for nothing? In any case, this continuous stream of battles was not without benefit to Yang Kai. Unlike others in the Sixth Order, his small universe had fully materialized. Combined with the fact that his small universe had been integrated with the sealed world bead, his heritage had always been far greater than others in the same order from the start. Therefore, he always obtained crushing victories when fighting other cultivators in the same order. Be that as it may, he had to suppress his strength in every battle inside the gambling arenas. He did not dare to expose too much, lest he revealed his secrets to the others. Under the premise that he fought while suppressing his strength, repeatedly fighting battles that culminated with heavy injuries on both parties had the effect of polishing his combat techniques. If that were not the case, Yang Kai would have considered losing some battles a long time ago. Being treated as a cash cow by Nguyen was not a pleasant experience. However, things might not be different if he changed to a different master. They did not stay in any of the territories for more than 2 months. It was meaningless to stay any longer, as once people learned about Yang Kai's strength and stopped accepting the challenge, there would be no more Black Ink coins to earn. It could be said that Nguyen swept from one territory to the next with Yang Kai and the others in tow. Furthermore, he earned a huge fortune everywhere he went. For every 3 battles, he would earn 3,500 Black Ink coins. Even if he could only fight 7 to 8 times in each territory, that was an income of 20 to 30,000 Black Ink coins. It was an astronomical amount for a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Yang Kai had been worried that Nguyen would attempt a breakthrough again. If that happened, D4 would be in danger, but on second thought, Yang Kai realized that the reason Nguyen brought C3 and D4 into the Black Ink nest with him last time was to prepare for any emergencies. Now that Nguyen possessed such a large amount of Black Ink coins, he could buy some world spheres to use instead of sacrificing a Black Ink disciple under his command. In a chat with D4, Yang Kai learned that once a Black Ink clansman failed their advancement, they generally did not choose to try again for the next few decades. That was because the probability of success was much lower. Only once the backlash from their previous failure had been completely removed would they make another attempt. This discovery was a huge relief to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, passing the days in this manner was not in line with his goal. Meng Qi had sacrificed himself so that the existence of the Void Corridor would remain a secret and Yang Kai could escape alive. Originally, Yang Kai was supposed to rush to one of the great passes guarded by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, then confront the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. He was not supposed to impersonate a Black Ink disciple and become the cash cow of a Black Ink clansman. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Nguyen was a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it was impossible for him to avoid the battlefield forever. But as long as he entered the battlefield, then Yang Kai would be able to find an opportunity to break free from him. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai was in a closely matched battle with a 6th Order Black Ink disciple. This was already the 3rd fight of the day. Having won 2 other matches earlier, He had already earned 1,500 black ink coins for new yen. The outcome of the third battle involved 2,000 black ink coins, and even his ownership. So many black ink clansmen were naturally paying close attention. Outside the battlefield, Nu Yen watched the battle calmly. Although Yang Kai was covered in blood, Nu Yen was not worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he was cheerfully chatting with his clansmen beside him. That was because Yang Kai always had such a miserable appearance during the third match of each round of battles. Even though he looked like he was in a dangerous situation where he could be defeated at any time, he always won in the end. In the beginning, Nu Yen had been extremely on edge whenever this happened. However, he had gotten used to the sight after 2 years. No matter how terribly Yang Kai seemed to perform, he had great confidence in the latter's victory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4928, a Ninth Order Attacks. In the end, Yang Kai lived up to Nu Yan's expectations and won the third battle with some difficulty. Before Nu Yan could receive the bet of the third match, though, a sudden change occurred. An extremely violent force surged throughout the territory, and an oppressive force simultaneously descended upon everybody. For an instant, everyone felt as though an entire universe world was pressing down on their heads. Even their bodies involuntarily stooped slightly from the pressure. Countless black ink clansmen turned pale. Meanwhile, world force surged and fluctuated turbulently around them. Inside the gambling arena, the blood-drenched Yang Kai abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. What entered his vision made his expression tense. In the sky, world force that gathered like clouds was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai was shocked by the sight. Although he had met many high-rank, open-heaven realm masters in the past, he had never seen such rich and pure world force before. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had been present when countless Eighth Order ancestors joined hands to besiege the Black Ink Royal Lord, and the attacks of those Eighth Order masters had been absolutely extraordinary. Even so, all those attacks seemed insignificant compared to what he was seeing right now. He did not know what was happening, but the world force visible to the naked was clearly the power unleashed by some sort of secret technique activated by a master. Enemy attack! A furious howl reverberated through the world. It came from the direction of the Black Ink Feudal Lord's palace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The situation in front of him turned out to be an enemy invasion, and the Black Ink clan's enemy was undoubtedly the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had launched an attack on this place. He was surprised that the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were so bold. It had to be said that he had checked the universe chart when he first arrived here. Although this place was close to the front lines, it could still be considered part of the Black Ink clan's inner region. How could they do as they pleased after venturing so deep into enemy territory? On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken the initiative to attack before he had the chance to follow Nu Yen to the battlefield. Taking advantage of this chance, he might be able to break free of Nu Yan's control and follow the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises back to the Great Pass. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the territory at a rapid rate, and it only took a moment for an enormous and hazy green palm to form. Despite its slow and clumsy appearance, the palm that literally covered the entire sky actually descended at an incredibly fast pace. Before the countless Black Ink clansmen in the territory had the chance to react, the palm grabbed hold of the huge black ink nest. Then the green palm clenched tightly and hauled up the entire black ink nest as though pulling up a mountain. Dense black ink strength scattered and gushed out of the black ink nest. Under the impact of the world force palm, the black ink nest turned into dust. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai stared in amazement and secretly rejoiced. Everything that entered his vision was beyond his imagination. He had witnessed the power behind an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors' attacks before, but that was definitely not as ferocious as this offensive. In other words, this attack had to be unleashed by a ninth-order open heaven realm old ancestor. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into enemy territory. It turned out that a ninth-order old ancestor, an existence on par with a black ink royal lord, was personally leading the charge. The female black ink royal lord had caused heavy losses to the cave heavens and paradises despite being greatly weakened after being trapped inside the black ink territory for so many years. It was difficult to imagine how powerful she would have been in her prime. Needless to say, a ninth-order old ancestor who could rival a black ink royal lord in strength would not be weak either. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's delight only lasted for a moment as his expression soon turned bitter. That was because the hazy green palm immediately slammed downward after destroying the black ink nest. The incomparably enormous palm was almost the size of half the spirit province. Moreover, the entire palm was formed from a pure and dense world force. If such immense force even grazed him, Yang Kai was not certain that he could survive. It would be too unjust to die because of this palm strike. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan did not sit around waiting for death. After the warning came out from the feudal lord's palace, Black Ink's strength immediately surged and gathered to form an incomparably huge figure that towered into the sky. The figure then raised a hand into the sky to defend against the attack. It was not a real entity, but rather a presence formed completely from the surrounding black ink strength. Moreover, it was clearly being guided by the black ink feudal lord of this territory. Watching the destruction of the black ink nest had enraged countless among the Black Ink clan, so there was no need for any command or dispatch. Regardless of their rank, every member of the Black Ink clan quickly took action, blasting violent attacks at the hazy green palm in the sky. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples also unleashed various secret techniques and artifact attacks. Colorful lights filled the entire sky in an instant. Nevertheless, the enormous palm continued to press downward. The countless attacks slammed into the palm, causing layers of ripples to appear on its surface. But although these attacks constantly weakened its power, they were unable to stop the palm's downward progress. The huge figure at the feudal lord's palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Despite fighting back with all his might, he was only a black ink feudal lord whose strength was equivalent to a seventh-order master's. How could he contend against the power of a ninth-order old ancestor? Before the palm's strike descended completely, the enormous figure had already bent slightly under the pressure. The feudal lord struggled desperately and roared in defiance, but his avatar, composed of black ink strength, soon exploded into nothingness. Even his true body was heavily injured as a result. It felt like only a moment had passed. At the same time, it also felt like 1,000 years had gone by. The huge palm slammed down, be it the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples. Many of them died a violent death everywhere the palm print covered. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless small universes collapsed, and the world force within these small universes dissipated. Following a violent earthquake, the entire spirit province broke into pieces. The destructive aftermath spread out into the surroundings after the attack, causing space itself to shake and become unstable. The low-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't even have the opportunity to resist and were wiped out by the fallout of this attack. Only the high-rank Black Ink clansmen, with strength equivalent to sixth-order open heaven realm masters, managed to withstand the shockwave. As such, the brutality of the palm strike was clear to see. Everything happened in a flash. Only a few thoughts went through Yang Kai's mind before the aftermath of the attack came crashing down on him. Nevertheless, he could be considered lucky. In fact, it could be said that all the people in the gambling arena were lucky because they were not located within the range covered by the hazy green palm. All of them would have died in the impact otherwise. Even Yang Kai himself would have needed to transform into his grand dragon form to survive such a powerful attack. What's more, Doing so would only allow him the possibility of survival. Despite not receiving direct damage, the fallout of the palm strike had turned the entire gambling arena upside down. Numerous Black Ink disciples coughed up fresh blood, and even the aura of the Black Ink clansmen churned fiercely. They were obviously having a tough time. The spirit province under Yang Kai's feet shattered, and like a drowning man caught in the tumultuous currents of the sea, he was swept away by the shock waves and could not control his direction at all. Startled exclamations and horrified screams entered his ears. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw an extremely pale D, for bleeding from all 7 orifices and struggling to hold on. Furthermore, there was a gleaming white light surrounding D4's body. It would seem that he had activated some sort of defensive artifact. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple next to D, for had reacted slightly slower and failed to summon his own defensive artifact as a result. Due to the churning of his aura, he was unable to withstand the bombardment of the shockwave and exploded after a short struggle. The light covering D4's body was also fading away at a horrifying speed. Hence, his expression became despairing. With the strength of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to survive the impact without the defensive artifact. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him to help block most of the impact. He looked up gratefully. A1. He never imagined that A1 would come and protect him at a critical juncture of life and death. It had to be said that he was standing next to Nguyen, B2 and E5 earlier. All of them had used various means to save themselves, but nobody even bothered to care about whether he lived or died. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed D4 by the shoulder. At this moment, he could not afford to care about what secrets he was exposing. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai quickly moved away. The shockwave continued to follow closely behind him as he flew out. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai finally stabilized his figure and turned to look behind him. A huge light shone brightly approximately 100,000 kilometers away. The place where the spirit province used to exist was now completely devoid of anything. The might of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was absolutely terrifying. The truth was that Yang Kai had not even seen the true appearance of the Old Ancestor up until now. In other words, the 9th Order Master had destroyed the entire spirit province simply by unleashing a secret technique from somewhere far away. Countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples also perished in the process. D4 was a little stunned. After being brought here by Yang Kai's space secret technique, he could be considered safe now. It was just that he could not understand how one could run so fast. In fact, he had almost thought that he was doomed to die during those fleeting moments earlier. Nevertheless, now was clearly not the time to pursue this matter. D4 gasped for breath slightly before he anxiously said, "We need to hurry and find Master. It's not safe for us out here right now." It was not safe for any Black Ink disciple without the company of a Black Ink clansman. Take the first time Yang Kai encountered Nguyen, for example. A Black Ink disciple without a master would easily attract the greed of a Black Ink clansman. Nguyen could be considered relatively kind, having only used his Black Ink strength to convert Yang Kai into his own servant. If Yang Kai had encountered a Black Ink clansman with stronger murderous intent, then they might have tried to devour his world force to enhance their own strength instead. More importantly, the Black Ink disciples themselves were absolutely loyal to the Black Ink clan. It was clear to see that D4 was worrying about Nguyen's safety. Yang Kai turned to look at D4 and thought to himself, "Why should I search for Master? I've never regarded Nguyen as my master. What's more, I finally obtained this opportunity after waiting for 2 whole years. Why would I stupidly go back to Nguyen?" Too lazy to explain, he simply said, "Brother D4, I'll deliver you a huge present." D4 was stunned. "What?" Yang Kai raised both hands as soon as finished speaking. each hand lighting up with a different colored light. Then he pressed both palms together. When the yellow and blue lights combined, they turned into a pure white light that immediately enveloped D4 on the spot. D4 never imagined that Yang Kai would attack him at this moment, mainly because it was Yang Kai who had saved him just now. If Yang Kai had malicious intentions towards him, there was no reason to rescue him in the first place. Who would be wary of their savior? Enveloped by the white light, D4's expression suddenly twisted in pain, and a pitch-black aura seeped out of his body. Swiftly, though, his pained expression gradually became calm. It didn't take long before the white light faded away and his true nature was restored to him. He opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief and uncertainty. "Enter my small universe before we talk about the rest," Yang Kai shouted. He had wanted to bring D4 into his small universe a long time ago, but could not find the opportunity. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone with D4, he could not let the opportunity slip by. D4 opened his mouth and said, "Brother Ewanyu?" He was still in a dazed state. The main reason was that so many things had changed so suddenly that he could not adapt to them all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-29, Hit and Run. In particular, D4 was puzzled by how Yang Kai wanted him to enter his small universe. He knew that Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no more than an immaterial existence that could not accommodate living beings. So, how could he enter Yang Kai's small universe? In the midst of his confusion, Yang Kai actually reached out to grab him, opened the portal to his small universe, and unceremoniously stuffed him inside. D4 felt his vision blurring for a moment. Then he found himself in another world all of a sudden. Looking around his surroundings, he was filled with utter confusion. A moment later, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of him and resolved his confusion. In the void, the aftermath of the Ninth Order Old Ancestor gradually subsided. A large part of the Spirit Province was shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the Black Ink Clan and the Black Ink Disciples. Before those who were lucky enough to survive could recover from their shock, though, numerous figures appeared in small groups. They silently emerged out of nowhere and charged straight at the survivors. These were the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race, as well as a large number of warships. The brutal attacks that blasted out from the warships sent the surviving Black Ink Clan into a panic. This was definitely an attack that had been carefully planned for a long time, so the Black Ink Clan was completely caught off guard as a result. Moreover, due to the immense gap in strength, they suffered huge losses in this encounter. With each passing moment, either a Black Ink Clansman or Black Ink Disciple would lose their life. Whenever a Black Ink Clansman died, dense black ink strength would erupt from their bodies to form black ink clouds that scattered across the void. Similarly, numerous Black Ink Disciples perished. The movements caused by the destruction of their small universes reverberated through the void. Even though all the Black Ink Disciples were once masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, nobody could afford to show any mercy under these circumstances. As soon as they encountered each other, it became a situation where one party had to die. Yang Kai watched from a distance for a moment before he rushed forward with a flicker of his body. For him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could prove that he was not corrupted by the Black Ink, then he could join the masters from the human race and leave the Black Ink Clan's domain. It was not easy to come across such an opportunity. Yang Kai had been serving beside Nguyen for more than 2 years now, and during this period he passed through countless Black Ink Clan territories and gained some information from the leisurely chats he had among the Black Ink Disciples. Although the human race would occasionally take the initiative to invade the Black Ink Clan's domain, these incursions occurred very rarely. One invasion in 100 years would be considered frequent. The main reason was that they could not occupy this territory for long, even if their invasion turned out to be successful. Therefore, the great pass guarded by the major cave heavens and paradises was the line of defense that they had always steadfastly maintained. Their biggest aim, whenever they launched a raid, was to weaken the strength of the Black Ink clan. Once they killed a certain number of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. That was why such raids generally did not last for long. More importantly, Yang Kai might not encounter another opportunity this good again if he let this chance slip through his fingers. How could he afford to hesitate under such circumstances? Nevertheless, it was going to be difficult to prove his identity. There was not much time for him to prove his innocence on the battlefield, but it should not be an issue if he could kill a Black Ink clansman in front of a human race cultivator. A true Black Ink disciple was completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, so it was impossible for them to turn against their masters. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly came to a decision. His body swept forward more and more quickly, under the urging of the space principles. It only took him a brief moment to return to the battlefield with a few flickering movements. Everywhere he looked, Yang Kai could see numerous worship artifacts navigating across the battlefield. Powerful secret techniques constantly blasted out from these warships without pause, giving the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples endless grievances. There were also many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters and even Eighth Order masters who either fought in small groups or hunted down enemies on their own. A sharp divine sense locked onto Yang Kai the moment he returned to the battlefield. Immediately after that, he felt his skin tightening as a great sense of crisis washed over him. He turned to look in that direction and saw a woman in white fluttering robes watching him intently with her beautiful eyes, an extraordinary aura pulsing from her figure. Holding a sharp, long sword in her hands, she slashed at him without hesitation. Her movements showed no mercy, and the strength she displayed unmistakably belonged to a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The attack contained an overwhelming power, and the sword wave flickered irregularly like the tongue of a spirit snake. Yang Kai could feel an overbearing sense of pressure behind the attack before she even approached him. Shocked, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Senior, stop!" A trace of grief and pity flashed through the woman's eyes when she heard those words. Even so, she did not pause her actions. With a flick of her long sword, she transformed it into a sword curtain that shrouded over his head. Yang Kai was desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. He knew that the other party thought of him as a Black Ink disciple, which was why she was showing no mercy with her attack. Unfortunately, there was no point in trying to explain himself at this moment. No matter what he said, she would not believe him unless he killed a Black Ink clansman in front of her. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise this woman came from, but her strength in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing the sword curtain that was looming over on him, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate. He quickly raised his arm and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before exerting his supreme, limitless spear art to its maximum. At this time, his priority was to ensure his survival. It would truly be a huge joke if he was accidentally killed during the confusion and chaos. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's eyes bulged with surprise. He was sent flying backward by a violent burst of power, and the vitality in his chest churned restlessly. Dense sword wounds also appeared all over his body, causing his physique to tremble and writhe. This woman is strong. Yang Kai was secretly amazed. Although he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had killed a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master before and had fought many others in the past. He was familiar with the might of a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. However, he had never come across anyone who could hold a candle to this woman among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters he encountered previously. While Yang Kai was surprised, the woman was even more taken aback. It had to be said that she had been immersed in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm for 3,000 years, having lived most of her life on the Black Ink battlefield. It could be argued that her strength had reached the very peak of the Seventh Order, leaving her just one step away from the Eighth Order. On top of that, her combat experience was beyond the comparison of those who lived a comfortable life in the 3,000 worlds. Even though she did not use her full strength earlier, her attack was not something an ordinary 6th Order Black Ink disciple could resist. Since the beginning of the raid until now, more than 26th Order Black Ink disciples and Black Ink clansmen of similar strength had perished at her hands. She was confident that her previous attack contained enough power to take this Black Ink disciple's life. Be that as it may, reality proved to be beyond her expectations. Yang Kai might have been injured, but he survived. This Black Ink disciple seems a little different. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes blazed more vigorously than before. The more a Black Ink disciple stood out from the others, the more she had to ruthlessly kill him here and now. If she failed to kill him here, then her juniors on the battlefield might end up dying to him in the future. However, a loud whistle resounded through the void before she could pursue him once more. Raising her sword before her, she glanced in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying and hesitated for a moment before she turned and left. The loud whistle seemed to be some sort of signal, as after it sounded, all the human race masters slaughtering their way across the battlefield immediately retreated from battle, quickly regrouped, and left like a great gust of wind. They're leaving just like that. It took great effort for Yang Kai to stabilize his figure. Nevertheless, how could he willingly give up when he saw the situation before him? He quickly chased after them, only to quickly notice something strange behind him, like something was swiftly approaching his position. When Yang Kai turned to look behind him, the pupils of his eyes contracted at what he saw. A mass of black ink was rapidly permeating the void, flowing like the swift currents of the tide. Consequently, everything was dyed pitch black wherever this mass of black ink went. Moreover, the countless powerful auras hidden inside the mass of black ink made the scalp of Yang Kai's head tingle with fear. There was one aura in particular which made him shudder both mentally and physically despite the distance between them. This aura reminded him of the feeling he experienced when he first came into contact with the will of a black ink royal lord. The will was absolutely overwhelming and made him feel as insignificant as an ant. A black ink royal lord is coming. Now that the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race had made a move, the royal lord of this region could not sit by the sidelines. Only a royal lord could fight back against the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. No wonder the human race was in such a hurry to retreat. It turned out that they were anticipating this situation and took the necessary precautions. A Ninth Order old ancestor might not be inferior to a royal lord in strength, but they would only be evenly matched in a battle. This place was still within the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, so while it was okay to launch a swift raid and then flee after obtaining a certain degree of victory, it would not be wise to engage the Black Ink clan in a prolonged battle here. The darkness approached quickly. Almost as soon as Yang Kai noticed the invasion of the Black Ink cloud, the darkness was already upon him. He did not dare to make any rash movements and simply stood quietly in place. It didn't take long before black ink strength washed over him like the advancing tide. Gigantic figures of various shapes and sizes rushed past, each one of them exuding a powerful aura. They were the Black Ink Territory Lords and Black Ink Feudal Lords. These masters had no interest in Yang Kai and regarded him as insignificant. Although the divine senses of several Black Ink clansmen probed towards him, they did not take any action against him. Yang Kai was secretly grateful for their indifference. A short while later, the black ink tide swirled past him in tight pursuit of the human race retreating in the front and promptly departed into the distance. Yang Kai shuddered in fear, but just as he was about to chase after them, a voice entered his ears. A1! Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the sound and felt his brow twitching slightly at the sight. The person calling him turned out to be Nu Yan. I can't believe this guy is still alive. During the chaos just now, Yang Kai had only focused on protecting D4 and withdrawing from the battlefield. He had not bothered to pay attention to the survival of the others, much less thought about returning to Nguyen's side. On the other hand, Nguyen had managed to locate Yang Kai after some effort. Moreover, B2 and E5 were also by his side. It was just that all three of them seemed to be suffering from varying degrees of injuries, and their auras were clearly weakened. E5 seemed to be in relatively good condition, but there were obvious traces of blood at the corners of B2's mouth. Upon further consideration, this was not strange. They had been at the gambling arena when the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked. The impact that struck the gambling arena was relatively small, so it was not strange for those with Sixth Order strength to survive. A hint of hesitation flashed through Yang Kai's eyes, but in the end he cupped his fist in greeting, "Master!" On the other hand, Nguyen seemed very happy. "It's good that you didn't die." Yang Kai was his cash cow after all. It didn't matter if any of the other Black Ink disciples under his command died, but Yang Kai was the sole exception. That was why Nguyen began searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts as soon as the human race masters retreated. It was fortunate that he found him rather quickly. "Let's go. Follow me." Nguyen beckoned and took the lead to charge forward. For the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for them to stand around doing nothing now that even a royal lord had taken action. It didn't matter how much or how little they contributed to the battle, they had to follow their leader to war. Nguyen didn't even bother to pay any attention as to whether D4 had survived. In his opinion, the most important thing was that A1 had survived. As for D4, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it would not matter much even if he died. Conversely, it was B2 who quietly asked Yang Kai, "Where did D4 go?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he responded solemnly, "He died." B2 looked a little sad, but didn't say anything more. The three of them followed closely behind Nguyen, doing their best to recover their strength as quickly as possible while pursuing the enemy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4930, Shocking Sword Slash. Along the way, many Black Ink clansmen continuously gathered nearby with their respective Black Ink disciples in tow. These were the survivors of the sudden raid launched by the human race earlier. Several hundred of them soon gathered together, like small streams converging to form a great river. Led by one of the Black Ink clan feudal lords, they charged forward aggressively in a mighty procession. Moreover, the number of troops steadily increased along the way. Yang Kai secretly grumbled to himself. He originally thought that he would have the chance to meet up with the human race masters, but the circumstances had changed to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly and could only take one step at a time. All of a sudden, blinding lights bloomed in the distant void and terrifying energy, fluctuations that caused a person to tremble in horror, simultaneously spread out from that direction. Yang Kai looked up only to see the dazzling light contending with an intense pitch-black darkness that could not be scattered. His expression couldn't help becoming cold and somber at the sight. He speculated that the Black Ink Royal Lord was currently fighting the Ninth Order Old Ancestor of the human race. Nothing else could have created such a great commotion. The leading Black Ink feudal lord obviously noticed the situation too. Shouting for the procession behind him to speed up, he rushed forward to provide reinforcements. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 followed closely behind Nguyen, taking up protective positions around the latter, remaining in close proximity at all times. Their pursuit had persisted for several days at this point. Not only did they come across the occasional corpses of the slain Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but they also observed the wreckage of the destroyed territories nearby. The human masters had invaded deep into the domain of the Black Ink clan after all, so it was impossible for them to pass through these lands peacefully. All the places where the Black Ink clan generally gathered together had been obliterated in their wake. In addition, there were also fragments of countless worship artifacts. The sight of these worship fragments made Yang Kai's heart grow heavy. He had personally experienced the strength of such warships in the past. The palace artifacts Waquan Hui wielded when he led the Heavenly Sword Union to war against Void Land had greatly troubled Yang Kai and the others at the time. Mobile palace artifacts were not only difficult to refine, but the cost to refine them was also astronomical. In the 3,000 worlds, ordinary artifact refiners were not qualified to refine such artifacts, and most great forces would not have the financial strength to own one either. In the past, Yang Kai had commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to create a mobile palace artifact, which was now in Voidland's possession. A mobile palace artifact was a valuable treasure for laying siege to enemies and a powerful weapon that integrated both offensive and defensive abilities. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked several days ago, numerous palace artifact warships had navigated their way across the battlefield and slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, many of these powerful warships had been shattered and destroyed here. It could be seen that the battle had been very fierce for the human race. Judging from the current situation, the Black Ink clan army had caught up to the human race army, even though the latter had retreated in a timely manner. A battle must have broken out between them. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. The number of casualties remained unknown. Yang Kai's group continued to give chase for another 2 or 3 days before. All of a sudden, the leading Black Ink feudal lord changed direction and led the hundreds behind him to the flank. The Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples quickly followed in his lead. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. He had hoped to follow the Black Ink clan army to the front lines of the battlefield and find an opportunity to escape. Who could have expected the Black Ink feudal lord to change directions so abruptly? "Master, are we giving up pursuit?" Yang Kai asked with a glance at Nu Yen. Nu Yen did not understand what the Black Ink clan feudal lord was trying to do either, but he answered anyway. Sir Feudal Lord must have his own considerations. We only need to follow him. If it were any other Black Ink disciple, he would not have been so accommodating. It was just that Yang Kai was very useful to him, so he was much more tolerant towards Yang Kai's behavior. It didn't take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why the Black Ink clan feudal lord had suddenly changed directions. Approximately an hour later, a raging battlefield came into view. There was a warship artifact there, trying to break out from the encirclement formed by the Black Ink clan army. Blinding lights constantly blasted out from the warship, each one containing terrifying force. Consequently, any Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple struck by the beams of light would either perish on the spot or cough up blood from the injuries they sustained. That was the biggest advantage of a warship artifact. Every single attack unleashed by it was equivalent to the full power of a Seventh Order Master. Furthermore, these attacks could be fired continuously as long as the warship was functioning properly. Although the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples in the surroundings suffered huge casualties, they continued to fight to the death without any hesitation. Countless secret techniques blasted towards the warship. But even so, these secret techniques were blocked by the warship's shield and could only create ripples on its surface. For the Black Ink clan, the fact that the humans had invaded their domain and destroyed dozens of their strongholds was a huge humiliation for them. It had to be said that the humans had been besieged in the various great passes by the Black Ink clan for countless years, so it was very rare for the humans to take the initiative to attack. In any case, their humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. For that reason, the Black Ink clan disregarded their casualties and dedicated themselves to destroying this warship that had fallen behind the main force, regardless of the price they had to pay. This battle had probably been going on for a while by now, as the void was littered with the corpses of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples. In fact, there were only a dozen or so survivors at this point. If nobody hindered them, the human masters could likely use their warship to obliterate the remaining Black Ink clan and flee with ease. However, when the group of several hundred people, including Yang Kai, rushed over, the human masters inside the warship immediately turned pale. What they feared the most had finally come to pass. This place could still be considered to be within the domain of the Black Ink clan, so enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. They had killed the Black Ink clan surrounding them as quickly as possible in hopes of escaping their predicament even a moment sooner. But who could have known that their efforts would still not be enough? Similarly, Yang Kai was secretly anxious when he saw this scene after following Nu Yen to this place. He did not know why this warship had been left behind, but the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Just as the humans were in the process of retreating, the Black Ink Royal Lord had led many masters to pursue them and later engaged the Ninth Order Old Ancestor in battle. It might be that the powerful fallout from the battles between the two parties had impacted the human race army's formation and caused this ship to fall behind. Numerous figures stood on the deck of the ship, their world force surging as they unleashed secret techniques indiscriminately in tandem with the attacks of the warship itself. Their assault continued without pause. A furious roar suddenly rang out, "Kill them!" Under the command of the leading Black Ink feudal lord, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples charged towards the warship like the surging tide. It only took an instant for them to surround the ship tightly. That was not all. The leading Black Ink feudal lord was brave and fierce. With a shift of his body, he immediately rushed towards the ship. His enormous figure erupted with a horrifying force as he swung his fist out, smashing it into the protective shield. At that moment, a shocking sword slash swept out. It was extremely brilliant, so much so that it seemed only this sword light remained in the entire world. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as the arm that the feudal lord swung earlier was chopped off on the spot. He staggered backward unsteadily, thick, pitch-black blood gushing out endlessly from his severed arm. The pain caused his face to twist hideously, but he still glared grimly at the slender figure standing at the bow of the warship. The figure was dressed in white robes that were untouched by dust and fluttered around her in an ethereal manner. More importantly, she was staring at the feudal lord as though she was looking at a dead man. Yang Kai was astonished. The shocking sword slash earlier had been extremely blinding, so it was only natural that he noticed the attack. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to glance at the master who unleashed the strike. The woman standing at the front of the deck turned out to be somebody he recognized. They could not be considered well acquainted, but they had indeed met several days ago. It was the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm who tried to take his life the other day. If not for the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm old ancestors' signal to withdraw, this woman in the Seventh Order would not have stopped back then. Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter her here, so he could only marvel at how unpredictable fate could be. Her current situation was clearly a little less than optimistic, though. The warship she was on was very powerful, and the human race also had a number of people on their side. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan had received hundreds of reinforcements out of the blue. As long as the Black Ink clan could delay things here for a short while, even more reinforcements were bound to arrive. The people aboard the ship would not be able to escape if that were to happen. Although the warship was large, it moved as smoothly as the wind under the control of the human masters. Relying on its unparalleled and unmatched defenses, it shuttled back and forth among the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. At the same time, horrifying lights blasted out from all directions of the large ship. From time to time, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples would be struck by those beams of lights and lose their lives on the spot. Naturally, the Black Ink clan did not sit around and do nothing as they unleashed their respective means in retaliation. For a time, both sides attacked furiously, making the scene extremely chaotic. Likewise, Yang Kai randomly unleashed various secret techniques, but did not dare to exert his full strength. How could he actually attack his comrades? It was enough if he just put on a show. At the moment, he was currently wondering whether he should take the opportunity to fight his way over to the human race, prove his identity to them, and join their ranks. However, the idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. He had already suffered a loss previously. When he first encountered the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm woman, he had wanted to prove his identity, but who could have known that the other party would not give him the chance to explain himself? Standing in the other party's shoes, Yang Kai could understand the reason behind her actions. The Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary humans in terms of external appearances. For the humans who invaded the Black Ink clan's domain, they could not afford to hesitate in the slightest when facing either the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples. On a battlefield like this, the slightest hint of hesitation could lead to their deaths. Therefore, as long as the other party was not one of their own, they should kill first and ask questions later. In any case, the chances of making a mistake were basically zero. Throughout history, nobody had ever been as bold as Yang Kai. He had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple, remained by the side of a Black Ink clansman, and involved himself in various gambling arenas for years now. At this moment, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart and quietly wait for his opportunity. Unfortunately, he soon realized that something was wrong. The worship belonging to the human race might be extremely powerful, but it could not withstand a sustained barrage forever. The light shield that covered the worship was clearly dimming now. The Black Ink clan clearly noticed this fact too, and their attacks became more and more ruthless, adamant to bring down the worship. During this short period, over 100 Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had perished in the battle. Even Nu Yen had been hit by one of the light beams, which seriously injured him to the point where he coughed up blood. Yang Kai secretly glanced sideways at Nu Yen and cursed in his heart, "This bastard sure is lucky. Why won't he just die?" The heavily wounded Nu Yen no longer dared to step forward in battle. Leading Yang Kai and the others, he constantly avoided any confrontation with the ship. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something happening on the ship. The human masters seemed to be arguing among themselves. The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, standing at the bow, said something, which caused the expressions of the people around her to change drastically. They hurriedly tried to persuade her with agitated expressions. However, she slowly shook her head with a firm expression. Yang Kai immediately felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Sure enough, a short while later, the white-robed woman leaped off the ship. With her sword in hand, she crossed the distance and stood between the worship and the Black Ink clan. Then, she held her sword in front of her chest and slid her finger along the blade with a solemn expression. Following a violent surging of her world force, thousands of sword waves abruptly appeared behind her back. The sword waves trembled slightly, humming with a sound that resembled sad weeping. It was the sorrowful lament of her sword. At the same time, a desolate and chilling atmosphere filled the void, and for an instant, it felt as though time had frozen.